Han Li pondered for a moment. It seemed inevitable to let the other party check his cultivation level. Dr. Mo had readily given him the antidote to the corpse worm pill, showing some sincerity. If Han Li continued to resist, it might arouse Dr. Mo's suspicion, leading to unfavorable consequences. Besides, Han Li had made some preparations in advance for this situation. Even if Dr. Mo turned hostile after checking his pulse, Han Li had a plan to escape. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li looked up and stared directly into Dr. Mo's eyes, speaking slowly, Master Mo, based on your prompt delivery of the antidote. This will be my last act of trust in you. I hope you won't disappoint me. After saying this, he extended his right wrist, cautiously observing Dr. Mo's reaction. He was ready to retract his hand if anything seemed amiss. Unfortunately, Dr. Mo maintained his fake smile, showing no signs of change. Only when he heard Han Li's agreement did his eyebrows twitch slightly, but he quickly returned to his original expression, indicating he had anticipated Han Li's response. Without saying a word, Dr. Mo extended his withered left hand and gently placed it on Han Li's wrist. His smile gradually disappeared, replaced by a solemn and dignified expression, as if performing a sacred ritual. Han Li secretly maintained the energy of the fourth level of the long spring technique. Seeing Dr. Mo's expression, he felt a bit uneasy. His alertness skyrocketed, and his left hand discreetly reached for the hilt of the custom-made short sword at his waist. Slowly, Dr. Mo's face showed a look of pleasant surprise. He sensed the continuous flow of strange energy in Han Li's meridians, far exceeding his minimum expectations. Even though he was cunning and scheming, his face couldn't help but break into a genuine smile upon seeing that his carefully planned scheme was about to succeed. Excellent, it's really the fourth level of the long spring technique. Ha ha, this is wonderful. Ha ha ha. Dr. Mo burst into laughter without reservation in front of Han Li, the laughter resonating throughout the room. However, he didn't release Han Li's wrist, maintaining his grip firmly. Master Mo, what are you doing? Shouldn't you let go? Han Li's expression turned grim. He realized something was wrong and tried to pull his right hand back, but Dr. Mo held it firmly, preventing any movement. Let go. Sure, I'll let go. Dr. Mo's laughter ceased, replaced by a fierce expression. He suddenly shouted, "Ha!" Hanley felt a loud buzzing in his ears. His vision darkened, and he lost his balance. He collapsed to the ground, his left hand, which had been resting on the sword hilt, also lost its strength and slid off. Oh no, although Han Li's body was unresponsive, his mind remained clear. He realized he had been negligent and was caught off guard by Dr. Mo's sudden attack. At the moment, he could only wait helplessly. Young man, you're still too naive. Now, you can't use any tricks, can you? Dr. Mo saw his plan succeed and couldn't help feeling smug. Come here. Dr. Mo forcefully pulled Han Li toward him, dragging him to his feet. Then, he bent down, extending his right index finger to point directly at the acupoint on Han Li's chest. Bang! Dr. Mo's finger felt like it had struck an iron plate, emitting a dull thud. The front half of his finger was slightly tingling from the rebound, and the acupoint was not successfully activated. What's going on? Dr. Mo was stunned by this unexpected turn of events, feeling a shock in his heart. Could he be wearing iron armor under his clothes? He wondered in astonishment. He involuntarily glanced at Han Li's clothes, but they seemed too thin to conceal any hidden armor, leaving him puzzled. In Dr. Mo's moment of distraction, Han Li regained control of his body. His recovery ability, honed through the 6th level of the long spring technique, surpassed Dr. Mo's expectations by far. This was something even Han Li hadn't anticipated. Dr. Mo decisively pushed aside his doubts and prepared to use another method to subdue Han Li. However, he suddenly felt Han Li's wrist, which he had been gripping tightly, become incredibly slippery and flexible, impossible to control. Surprised, Dr. Mo applied more force, but with a swish, Han Li's hand slipped out of his grasp like an eel. Dr. Mo was truly astonished this time. Regardless of Dr. Mo's astonishment, Han Li, with a cold expression, drew the short sword from his waist slowly with his left hand. The sword was only about a foot long, shimmering with a cold light, giving off an aura of sharpness. Today, either you die or I die. Only one of us will leave this room alive. Han Li's words were icy, and for the first time in front of Dr. Mo, he revealed his fangs. Dr. Mo glanced at his left hand with slight surprise before turning his gaze to Han Li, disdainfully saying, "Interesting. It seems you haven't been idle this past year, actually cultivating such peculiar skills. But do you really think that with these few tricks, you can be my opponent? It seems I haven't had any action for quite some time. It's not a bad idea to personally make a move. I'll let you make the first move." Han Li ignored Dr. Mo's verbal attack and decided to take the initiative, seizing some advantage. He held the short sword in his left hand in front of him, attracting Dr. Mo's attention. Then, quietly from the sleeve on his right side, a white paper packet slipped into his right hand. With a flick of his wrist, a large amount of white powder sprinkled out of the packet, instantly turning into dense white smoke that enveloped Han Li's entire body, making his figure blurry and indistinct. The smoke quickly spread throughout the room, obscuring everything in a white haze, and Han Li mysteriously disappeared within the mist. Dr. Mo furrowed his brows slightly, somewhat surprised by Han Li's move, but inwardly he remained unconcerned. With his vast experience, he had plenty of methods to deal with such low-level tricks. However, as a precaution against any tampering with the smoke, he held his breath. With his profound cultivation, he could hold his breath for several minutes without issue. Humph, petty tricks. Dare to show off in front of me. Dr. Mo snorted coldly and suddenly thrust out his empty palm into the smoke. The white fog churned as if stirred by a giant rod, revealing a clear hole. Despite not seeing Han Li's figure, Dr. Mo didn't stop there. He swung his palms left and right, striking the air a dozen times, dispersing the smoke from the room's entrance, but Han Li was nowhere to be found. Strange, this kid does have some tricks up his sleeve. He actually managed to disappear in front of me, Dr. Mo remarked with surprise, though he remained composed. After all, he had been stationed near the doorway, and not even a fly could escape his notice. He carefully scanned the room, observing the bookshelves, desk, and chair, but everything seemed normal with no noticeable differences. However, Han Li, a person, had somehow vanished in such a confined space. While Dr. Mo pondered, he suddenly heard a clang sound from above. Not good. Dr. Mo suddenly realized that Han Li might be hiding on the roof. Without hesitation, he quickly raised his hand and executed a fierce palm strike upwards, aiming to knock out anyone who might be hiding there. A series of rumbling sounds followed the strike, accompanied by a few crisp ding noises. Dr. Mo felt perplexed. He hurriedly looked up, only to find nothing above except for a black iron bell hanging from the rafters, swaying from the force of his palm's strike. The crisp sounds had come from the bell, not from Han Li. Just as Dr. Mo looked up, a cold light suddenly flashed, darting out from under his feet at lightning speed, aimed at his lower abdomen. Its speed was so fast that Dr. Mo only noticed it as it was about to touch his clothes. Dr. Mo's face paled with shock. In a moment of desperation, he improvised a backward bend, his body folding as if he had no spine, narrowly dodging the sword. The blade grazed his belly, slicing a thin slit in his clothes, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. After dodging the sword, Dr. Mo didn't dare to relax. His feet seemed to spring like a coiled spring, causing his body to slide back several meters involuntarily. Only then did he dare to straighten up, his expression a mixture of shock and anger as he stared at the spot where the sword had flown from. Near the spot where Dr. Mo had just been standing, the ground slowly bulged, forming a humanoid shape. It continued to rise until it reached the height of a person, forming the shape of Han Li, who had combined the soft bone technique, the concealing breath technique, and the false concealment technique. At this moment, he wore a set of earth-yellow clothes identical to the floorboards. With one hand gripping the almost successful short sword, he wore a look of regret in his eyes, clearly disappointed with the failed strike. Meanwhile, Dr. Mo's originally yellow face now appeared somewhat greenish. He was still shaken by the perilous strike just now, his heart pounding heavily. Although he had experienced dangers as a seasoned martial artist, the closeness to death just now was a rare occurrence in his life, especially at the hands of Han Li, whom he had always underestimated. Taking a deep breath, Dr. Mo finally regained his composure. His voice was somewhat hoarse as he said, "It seems I have underestimated you, my dear disciple. Your tactics are quite impressive and worthy of my serious consideration." After uttering these words of intimidation, Dr. Mo slowly raised his hands and placed them gently in front of his eyes, staring at them as if admiring a lover, completely forgetting about Han Li for the moment. Han Li raised an eyebrow and sneered. He tightened his grip on the short sword with one hand and took a small step forward, slowly approaching Dr. Mo. the magic silver hand. These 3 words slowly escaped from Dr. Mo's lips. His deep voice seemed to come from afar, carrying an incredible power that made Han Li momentarily stunned, halting his forward steps. As soon as the words fell, Dr. Mo's body suddenly erupted with a surge of formidable aura. It was like a violent storm, growing stronger and spreading outwards, filling the entire small room. Han Li, who was approaching, was confronted by this sudden violent aura, causing him to stagger backward several steps before steadying himself. Han Li's face changed drastically, his heart filled with shock. He realized that the other party might have unleashed their true strength to deal with him, likely influenced by the intensity of the previous sword strike. He. Boy, it's a rare privilege for you to witness my famous technique, the magic silver hand. Dr. Mo's deafeningly proud voice echoed in Han Li's ears, though thankfully it carried no internal force, so the impact wasn't too severe. It seemed that the opponent was not inclined to use failed tactics against him again, which relieved him somewhat. However, hearing Dr. Mo proudly mention the name Magic Silver Hand twice in a row made Han Li glance at the man's hands, involuntarily. This glance filled Han Li's eyes with astonishment. The previously closed lips slightly parted. Dr. Mo's hands, from the elbows upwards, suddenly expanded as if filled with air. The thin arms swelled up as if inflated, becoming more than a circle thicker than before. What was even more surprising was that the dry, yellowish skin had turned silver white. Under the sunlight, it reflected a cold, metallic luster, seemingly indestructible, as if made of true silver. Is this Dr. Mo's true strength? Seeing this, Han Li's heart sank. The hand gripping the sword couldn't help but sweat profusely, making his palm extremely moist. His lack of experience in combat with others made him feel unusually burdened just from the change in the opponent's aura and the strangeness of his hands. However, Han Li maintained a calm exterior, showing no signs of fear. His serene expression seemed oblivious to Dr. Mo's arrogance. Dr. Mo was somewhat displeased. Although he held Han Li in high regard, he felt that employing his ultimate skill against a teenager was somewhat of a waste. It felt like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Thus, he hoped to see Han Li terrified and clueless, truly justifying his display of power. Do you know that your expression annoys me? A brat like you, always pretending to be confident, as if everything is within your control. Dr. Mo's voice was cold and disdainful, not bothering to conceal his disdain for Han Li. Oh, really? It's an honor to annoy our esteemed Dr. Mo. I believe in the future I will continue to cultivate this virtue extensively. Han Li finally retorted, hopping to provoke some flaws in the opponent's speech. However, it was clear that Han Li's attempt failed. Dr. Mo didn't continue speaking. Instead, his hands suddenly struck, emitting a metallic friction sound that disturbed Han Li's peace of mind. Then he flickered, soaring into the air with a wave of his silver hand. The whole person turned into a gust of wind, rushing straight towards Han Li with the momentum of Mount Tai pressing down. It seemed that he didn't intend to delay any longer and wanted to rely on his divine skill to capture Han Li in one fell swoop. Han Li's expression also became serious, focusing entirely on the opponent's approach. As the opponent leaped to his head, Han Li raised his sword and thrust it directly at the opponent's vital point, his throat. Seeing Han Li's audacity, Dr. Mo couldn't help but feel delighted. He sneered Dai. Then he separated one of his silver hands, blatantly reaching for Han Li's sword, while the other hand aimed for Han Li's shoulder, slashing down fiercely. However, the palm aimed at Han Li's shoulder seemed fierce, but it only used half of its strength. Compared to the tough words spoken, there was no match at all. Instead, it seemed that he was afraid of seriously injuring Han Li, showing some sort of subtlety. Han Li naturally didn't know the truth, but even if he did, he wouldn't use his flesh and blood to test the hardness of the opponent's palm. He gently flicked his wrist holding the sword, and the short sword suddenly turned into a silver ball the size of a wheel, protecting his upper body. Dr. Mo sneered, but his two hands remained unchanged in their approach, stubbornly plunging into the swordlight without any intention of dodging. With a crisp clang, Han Li's sword struck the silver hand, splashing a few sparks, but instead of harming the opponent's skin, it was rebounded high. Seizing this opportunity, Dr. Mo flipped his hand, extending a finger to lightly flick the blade, causing a hot sensation in Han Li's palm. The object in his hand whooshed and flew out, embedding deeply into the wall without any hint of regret. The other silver hand that followed immediately transformed into claws, aiming for Han Li's collarbone, intending to immobilize him and capture him alive. Seeing the situation taking a turn for the worse, Han Li didn't show any signs of panic. His shoulder shook slightly, and his whole person blurred, suddenly transforming into a wisp of light smoke under Dr. Mo's nose, rushing straight forward. Seeing this ghostly movement, Dr. Mo was also taken aback, but taking advantage of his falling momentum, he turned his hands into a thick silver screen, enveloping all the light smoke underneath, showing no intention of letting Han Li go. However, the smoke was incredibly sinister. It suddenly dodged in all directions, penetrating out from under the silver screen in an unimaginable and eerie angle, then abruptly turned and rushed to the corner of the room to Dr. Mo's left, finally stopping and gradually becoming clear, revealing Han Li's true face. Dr. Mo gently landed where Han Li had originally stood, without any pause. He turned around like a ghost, facing Han Li once more. The arrogance on his face had completely vanished, replaced by a wooden expression with a hint of imperceptible strangeness in his eyes. At this moment, Han Li was not in a good situation either. He was panting heavily, his face somewhat pale, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and an abnormal flush on his cheeks. All of this indicated that Han Li had exhausted most of his energy with his life-saving technique just now. It was highly likely that he wouldn't be able to use the same trick again in the next encounter. Taking a deep breath, Han Li relaxed his body as much as possible to alleviate the strain caused by the roving smoke steps technique. He could only seize every opportunity to recover some strength, hopping for a chance at victory in the next round of combat. Han Li glanced down at his left hand, which was still trembling slightly. It was completely numb, unable to wield a sword anymore. It seemed that his painstaking practice with the left-handed sword had been temporarily rendered useless. He could only rely on his remaining right hand for combat. With this realization, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. With most of his strength depleted and unable to use the mysterious roving smoke steps technique anymore, and worse still, only able to fight with one hand, the situation couldn't get any worse. It seemed that he had to resort to using the last trick in his arsenal. Glancing at the sun outside, Han Li estimated the time and felt it was about right to use this move. He glanced at the short sword stuck in the wall, realizing there was no chance to retrieve it. The opponent wouldn't allow him to retrieve it so easily. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li took out another weapon from his robe. It was also a half-foot-long short sword, but because of its short size, it was more like a dagger. After drawing the sword from its sheath, it appeared broader and sharper than an ordinary dagger. Han Li discarded the scabbard and held the sword in his right hand, extending his arm with the sword pointing diagonally towards his opponent, assuming an attacking stance. Dr. Mo observed all this but didn't rush to attack. He folded his hands behind his back and his expression suddenly became gentle. With a mild tone, he advised, Han Li, "You managed to evade several times, which indeed surprised me. But do you think you can be as lucky as last time to escape from my grasp again? The footwork you just used was quite remarkable, but it seems to have significant limitations. Just judging from your stamina, it's unlikely you can smoothly execute it again. It's better to surrender obediently. You should see that I have no intention of seriously harming you. Following my words might not be as bad as you imagine." Dr. Mo's chameleon-like attitude sent shivers down Han Li's spine. One moment he acted like a kind teacher, the next he was ruthless. Now he was advising surrender. It made Han Li wonder what to say. Did he really think he could fall for such an obvious trick? However, instead of disheartening him, these words strangely boosted his confidence. If the opponent didn't fear him, why resort to such childish tactics? In an instant, Han Li understood this clearly. He sighed, shook his head lightly without saying a word, and gestured with the short sword in his hand, indicating his intentions. Dr. Mo's temples throbbed visibly. Seeing Han Li ignoring his persuasion and provoking with his weapon, he couldn't contain his anger. Ignorant fool. He suddenly stepped forward, his mouth spewing disdain, ignorant fool. Then, in an instant, he floated lightly to a place just a few steps away from Han Li, as if using some kind of teleportation technique, which was astonishing. Han Li seemed quite shocked as well, with a panicked expression. He quickly retreated 2 steps, creating some distance between them. Then, he held the short sword in his hand horizontally in front of him, creating a small glimmer of cold light, blocking Dr. Mo's path, seemingly forgetting the bitter lesson from their previous encounter. Dr. Mo inwardly sneered, not intending to kindly remind his opponent. He separated his palms and attacked Han Li from both sides, disregarding the glimmer of light. Just as the two silver hands were about to pierce through the sword light, a light laughter came from the opposite direction. It was hearty and triumphant, like a hunter seeing its prey fall into a trap. Dr. Mo's heart skipped a beat, momentarily slowing his movements. But then he heard a cold voice saying, "Now, you've truly fallen into a trap. Look at the short sword in my hand." Hearing this, Dr. Mo couldn't help but look at the short sword. He saw that Han Li had stopped wielding it and assumed a strange posture. His upper body leaned slightly backward, holding the short sword flat against his waist with one hand, while his lower body was tense, like a drawn bow ready to release an arrow. He seemed to have turned into an odd figure preparing to shoot an arrow. As for the mentioned short sword, besides some faint glimmers, there was nothing unusual about it. This puzzled Dr. Mo did his opponent assume such a strange posture and deceive him just to disrupt his concentration and gain an advantage. Thinking of this, Dr. Mo found it somewhat amusing. He couldn't help but want to mock his opponent a few times. But suddenly, he saw Han Li rushing forward like an arrow shot from a strong bow, coming towards him at an incredible speed, causing Dr. Mo's expression to change. Dr. Mo quickly brought his hands together, intending to clamp down on the sword blade. But he saw the short sword on the opposite side lightly sway, transforming into a dozen or so blades that seemed real and fake, piercing towards him from different directions, making it hard to distinguish. Dr. Mo snorted, feeling that Han Li's evaluation of him had dropped a few points. In the face of such a master, using such flashy but impractical moves was akin to seeking death. He could easily discern the true blade's location. So he widened his eyes, locked onto the true blade's position, and maintained his posture without changing it. Instead, he increased the momentum of his hands, attempting to shatter the blade with one move, leaving his opponent defenseless. Just as the two were about to make contact, Han Li slightly twisted the blade in his hand, tilting it ever so slightly. It was only a minor adjustment, but in Dr. Mo's eyes, it caused a dramatic change. Dr. Mo suddenly felt a bright light before his eyes, followed by several dazzling clusters of white light that intensely reflected in his eyes, leaving no room for escape. Realizing the danger, he quickly stepped back and shut his eyes, but it was too late. The intense light pierced through his eyelids, flooding into his eyes without giving him a chance to react. Dr. Mo felt his eyes heat up instantly, followed by a sharp pain and a continuous flow of tears. Despite the discomfort, he forced himself to open his eyes and look around, but all he saw was a blurry white expanse, unable to discern any objects clearly. Feeling both shocked and angry, Dr. Mo regretted falling for his opponent's trick once again. However, Dr. Mo, having roamed the martial world for many years, was experienced in dealing with various dangers. While retreating to create distance between them, He swung his arms in front of him, relying on his invulnerable magical silver hands to shield his vital spots. He made up his mind not to initiate any attacks until his vision cleared, intending to avoid falling into the cunning traps of his opponent. Though unable to see his opponent's movements clearly, Dr. Mo listened intently, trying to anticipate the next move based on sound. He vaguely saw a figure sway in front of him, followed by a sharp sound, accompanied by a cold wind, coming straight towards him. Dr. Mo felt relieved at Han Li's attack. It was indeed naive to launch such an obvious frontal assault. His exceptional auditory skills allowed him to discern even the slightest movements. Intentionally delaying his reaction, Dr. Mo left a small opening in his defense, prompting the attack to change direction towards it. He then swiftly grabbed the blade, unafraid of its sharpness. Although Han Li tried to pull the sword back, Dr. Mo's magical silver hands kept it firmly in place. Feeling confident, Dr. Mo exerted full force to pull Han Li towards him, but to his surprise, the sword felt unexpectedly light. Puzzled, Dr. Mo felt a sharp object approaching his throat at an extraordinary speed. Reacting instinctively, he twisted his head to the side, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. Despite the close call, Dr. Mo was wary of potential follow-up attacks from his opponent. Mimicking Han Li's earlier escape maneuver, he rolled away to create distance before standing up again. Feeling a burning sensation on his neck, Dr. Mo realized he was bleeding. Hastily stemming the flow of blood with his fingers, he pondered how he had narrowly escaped the previous attack. After the adrenaline subsided, Dr. Mo glanced at Han Li and noticed that his vision had cleared. Han Li stared at him with resentment, clearly disappointed that his attack had failed. In Han Li's hand was a short, dagger-like weapon, with bloodstains indicating its recent use against Dr. Mo. Dr. Mo's anger dissipated as he realized the true nature of the blade. It was hollow, concealing the sharp cone inside. His fury extinguished, Dr. Mo was left pondering the unexpected discovery. He looked down and saw a handleless blade, light and airy. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the blade was hollow. Examining the shape and size of the cavity, he suddenly understood. The sharp cone was hidden inside the hollow blade. It was merely a cover deceiving the eyes. At this moment, Master Mo recalled when he entered the room. Han Li insisted on not letting him close the door. It seemed that at that time, the other party had already laid down a trap using sunlight reflection. For someone so young to plan so meticulously and set up such a cunning and intricate trap, causing this seasoned veteran of the Jianghu to fall into it almost irreversibly, the depth of this person's scheming did not match his age and experience. Could this person really be a natural genius or a reincarnation of a prodigy? As he pondered, Master Mo became increasingly terrified upon reflection, breaking out in a cold sweat all over his body. After this setback, Master Mo became even more wary of Han Li. He cautiously faced Han Li, refraining from taking any rash actions for the time being. And for some reason, Han Li just stared at Master Mo without any intention of attacking, leading to a temporary standoff between the two. After a while, in the awkward atmosphere, Han Li suddenly spoke a sentence, leaving Master Mo dumbfounded and stunned on the spot. "Master Mo, let's make peace, shall we? Or should I surrender? What do you think?" After saying this, Han Li tossed his weapon aside and revealed a set of gleaming white teeth, smiling at Master Mo with the appearance of a simple country boy. "Surrender?" Master Mo initially thought he misheard, but then he realized and reacted. He looked at the discarded iron cone, feeling incredulous, and sharply retorted, "What trick are you playing? Don't think I'll believe your nonsense. If you wanted to surrender, you could have done so from the beginning. Why wait until we've fought to the death to pull such a move?" Han Li smiled at Master Mo without a word, seemingly tacitly accepting his accusation, and the two once again fell into a standoff. After a brief moment of silence, Master Mo seemed to think of something extremely ridiculous. He suddenly straightened up, hugged his stomach with both hands, and burst into loud laughter, tears streaming from his eyes. "Ha ha 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 ha, it's really interesting. I actually forgot such an important thing. I actually really fought you openly and squarely." Amidst intermittent laughter, Master Mo said vaguely. Han Li furrowed his brow, but then relaxed. He glanced out the window, the smile on his lips deepening, and calmly said, "Master Mo, don't you think we've been delayed for too long? It's time to end this." Master Mo was momentarily stunned and stopped laughing. He slowly straightened up, his face impassive, staring at Han Li. After a moment, he replied coldly, "I also think it's time to end all of this." Suddenly, both of them felt confident and had the upper hand, as if they had found a trump card to subdue each other, making the other party surrender. After a brief silence, Han Li slowly spoke first, full of confidence in what he held, believing it would make Master Mo concede and abandon any other thoughts. "Master Mo, do you know that your life is already in my hands?" Han Li's words were shocking. "My life is in your hands." Master Mo laughed coldly, his face showing disbelief. "Don't you feel something strange about your wound?" "Nonsense, I clearly looked carefully, and there was no." Master Mo began to retort, but halfway through, his face changed drastically as he remembered that he was not injured by the short sword, but by the hidden sharp cone. "It seems I don't need to say more. Master Mo has already understood my meaning." Han Li smiled at the other party. "Even if that's the case, what can you do? Don't forget, I taught you all about alchemy. What poison can I not detoxify?" Master Mo's face returned to normal, saying calmly, "He, I forgot to mention, I smeared entangled fragrant silk on my weapon." "Entangled fragrant silk?" Master Mo exclaimed softly, obviously caught off guard by this revelation. "Yes, Master Mo, you must know how powerful this drug is." Han Li joked leisurely. "Nonsense, how could you have prepared such a poisonous drug? I clearly didn't leak any information about the formula." Master Mo still tried to hold on, seemingly not believing what Han Li said, but from the strange feeling at the wound, he was already 80–90% sure. Seeing that Master Mo still refused to yield, Han Li sighed and had to explain. You mustn't forget, originally, your medical books were completely open to me. The formula was also hidden in a rare medical book. If I hadn't looked carefully, I might have missed it. Master Mo then remembered that when he got this prescription, because the types of medicinal materials and steps were too many, and he was afraid he would forget something in the future. He wrote down the method of preparation and the required medicinal materials in detail on a piece of paper and casually inserted it into a certain book. Later, because too many things happened, he forgot about this piece of paper, and unexpectedly it became a bargain for Han Li, causing him so much trouble. Let's sit down and discuss it properly. Shall we shake hands and make peace? Han Li said confidently. With a snort, Master Mo ignored Han Li and tried hard to recall the method of making entangled fragrant silk and its effects. Entangled fragrant silk sounds harmless and even romantic, evoking some erotic connotations. But its medicinal power is as unbearable as the infatuation of a lovelorn woman, penetrating to the bone. Once afflicted with the poison known as entangled fragrant silk, its toxicity gradually spreads throughout the body via the bloodstream. Within a short period, if an ordinary person is poisoned, it's manageable, posing no significant danger. However, for martial artists, it presents a lethal threat. If they move their internal energy recklessly during this period, it accelerates the poison's onset, causing excruciating pain as the blood flows backward. As the duration of poisoning extends, and the poison seeps deeper into the body, the situation worsens. Although control over internal energy can be regained, daily consumption of antidotes is necessary to suppress the poison. Failure to do so results in gradual skeletal abnormalities, leading to overall shrinkage, rendering the individual immobile like a lump of mud on the ground. What's even more terrifying is that because the poison penetrates deep into the bone marrow, it cannot be completely removed. Prolonged consumption of specific medications is necessary to temporarily suppress its effects, leaving the poison lingering like an ever-present companion, never to leave. The materials used to concoct this poison are diverse, with many substitutable items. While the consequences are similar, the specific toxicity varies depending on the preparer, making it unpredictable. Naturally, the antidotes also differ, and only the person who concocted the poison can administer the appropriate treatment. Others, even if they know the formula for entangled fragrant silk, cannot prepare the antidote. As a result, the lives of those poisoned are at the mercy of the perpetrator, leaving them with no choice but to comply and not dare to resist. Master Mo filtered through his memories of entangled fragrant silk and understood why Han Li remained fearless. He sneered inwardly, maintaining a calm demeanor as he remarked casually, "Is this your last resort? Kid, if you don't have any other tricks up your sleeve, just surrender obediently." Han Li's heart sank as he observed Master Mo's unchanged expression, seemingly unfazed by his threats. He realized he must have overlooked something crucial. He could tell that Master Mo genuinely didn't care about the poison-entangled, fragrant silk coursing through his body, showing no signs of agitation whatsoever. Because of this, Han Li was acutely aware that he was in an extremely disadvantageous position, as if his opponent had an overwhelming advantage and was about to subdue him. Seeing Han Li remain silent, Master Mo smirked, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes, as he ordered Iron Slave take him down. Upon hearing this, Han Li immediately remembered a significant figure he seemed to have completely forgotten since entering the room. Without much thought, he flicked his foot, and the iron cone lying nearby jumped into his hand. In that split second, a huge shadow with a gust of wind rushed out from the corner of the room and appeared in front of him. Its speed was so fast that Han Li couldn't dodge it. Helpless, he could only thrust the sharp cone towards the shadow's abdomen, hopping to create some obstruction to give himself a chance to evade. Thrusting a small cone towards the abdomen was not advisable, but Han Li had no choice. The opponent was too large, and the weapon in his hand was only a few inches long, barely able to reach that spot. Han Li felt as if he had collided with a non-human monster. His outstretched wrist felt as if it had been struck by a giant tree trunk, dislocating it, and his body was pushed back several steps by the impact. The iron cone in his hand was as if it had struck stone, flying off and disappearing without a trace. Filled with shock and anger, Han Li barely managed to stabilize himself after the impact, only to feel a sudden darkness in front of him. The massive figure loomed over him, and immediately he felt intense pain in his shoulders as the giant hands firmly gripped his scapulae, making him feel as if he were about to be crushed. Struggling desperately, Han Li found himself unable to move under the pressure, as if a mountain were bearing down on him. In desperation, he raised his knee and fiercely aimed it at the vital area between the giant's legs. "Ayo!" Han Li cried out in pain as cold sweat poured down his face. Surprisingly, the area he targeted was also incredibly hard, feeling as if his knee had collided with a stone, breaking into several pieces. However, his action seemed to anger the opponent. The giant's hands on his shoulders suddenly exerted more force, causing Han Li to almost pass out from the pain, and his whole body went limp, collapsing to the ground. Easy, Iron Slave. I still have great use for this person. Just as the situation became critical, Master Mo's reprimanding voice rang out. With the sound of his words, Han Li felt the pressure on his shoulders ease. Breathing a sigh of relief for the first time, he found Master Mo's voice surprisingly soothing. But amidst his relief, the lingering doubts that had been swirling in his mind for a long time grew stronger. From the beginning, Han Li had noticed that whenever it came to critical moments, Master Mo would show mercy, fearing to harm him. Naturally, Han Li wouldn't take it as an act of goodwill. There must be something that Master Mo didn't want him to know or see, which made him hesitate to unleash his full strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been entangled until now. He secretly made up his mind to fully exploit this point and negotiate with Master Mo, finding a way to escape his clutches. Approaching him, Master Mo seemed to perceive his thoughts and sneered briefly. He reached out and felt Han Li's chest, retrieving a heart guard mirror from there. It left Han Li somewhat dumbfounded. It turned out this item had blocked his acupoints. He shook his head gently without saying a word, then withdrew a rectangular yellow wooden box from his bosom. The box was exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricately carved dragons and phoenixes, clearly a precious item seldom seen in ordinary households. Master Mo, facing Han Li, solemnly opened the lid of the box, revealing several identical silver blades inside. These silver blades had a peculiar shape, appearing to be neither knives nor swords. Their blades were curved, resembling crescents, and their size was akin to daggers, making them quite unique. As Master Mo retrieved one of the silver blades from the box, Han Li noticed that the blade was extraordinarily thin, almost like a piece of paper. Cold light shimmered on its surface, giving the impression of unparalleled sharpness, likely capable of slicing through flesh and blood as easily as cutting cloth. What was even more peculiar was that at the end of the handle of the silver blade was embedded a grimacing face with tightly closed eyes. This face had a green complexion, sharp teeth, and long horns, giving it an extremely sinister appearance. Master Mo held the strange blade and cast a meaningful sidelong glance at Han Li. This gesture sent shivers down Han Li's spine. Could it be that his ominous prediction had hit the mark, and that Master Mo intended to use this peculiar blade to carve him up? Han Li's face began to turn blue as he stared at Dr. Mo, who raised the peculiar blade high in the air. In the sunlight, the blade gleamed, emphasizing its extraordinary sharpness. He couldn't help feeling a bit panicked, but his rationality told him that after going through so much trouble to capture him alive, the other party wouldn't just take his life without a word. They were simply trying to intimidate him. So when he saw the blade slowly descending from above, aiming straight for him, he remained silent, barely maintaining a calm demeanor. It wasn't until the blade was just half an inch away from his head, and he could feel the chill even in the tips of his hair, that he slowly closed his eyes, a faint regret flashing through his mind. Is the other party really going to kill me? If I had known earlier, I should have begged for mercy. Maybe there would still be a chance to survive. I'm still young. I really don't want to die like this. Would my parents be sad to hear of my death? Would they regret sending me to the 7 profound sect? Facing this life and death situation, Han Li's mind was filled with various thoughts. As if in this moment, he experienced the joys and sorrows of life and death, gaining insights into the matter of life and death. The sound of the blade piercing the body came. Han Li's body trembled slightly, but then he was surprised to find that he didn't feel any pain. What's going on? He opened his eyes in astonishment. As soon as he opened his eyes, Han Li was stunned. Unexpectedly, he saw that the strange blade was inserted into Dr. Mo's own shoulder, deeply embedded in his body, with only the handle exposed outside, trembling slightly. Perhaps because it was too sharp, not a drop of blood leaked out, appearing extremely eerie. While Han Li was dumbfounded, Dr. Mo casually praised him. Tusk, kid, you really have some courage. You even let the blade reach your neck and still didn't beg for mercy. You've got guts. In my days of wandering the martial world, has encountered countless heroes and brave men who claim to fear nothing in front of others. But once they fall into my hands with just a little threat, they all turn into whimpering cowards, kneeling and begging for mercy, showing a greedy fear of death. Han Li listened, stunned and tongue-tied, unsure of how to respond. When faced with Mo the physician's continuous praise, Han Li naturally wouldn't explain himself deliberately, but he felt a myriad of emotions swirling within him, unsure whether to be happy or disheartened. Just as Han Li's thoughts were racing, Mo the physician swiftly embedded the remaining peculiar blades all over his body, leaving only the handles with ghostly heads exposed. Before Han Li could react, he was horrified to find 7 sharp blades stuck in various parts of Mo the physician's body, such as his shoulders, legs, abdomen, and chest, giving the appearance of being dismembered by random blades. Seeing this, Han Li found it both amusing and astonishing, realizing that such self-mutilation likely indicated the use of a formidable technique, possibly intended to deal with him. After embedding the blades, Mo the physician fell silent, instead crouching in front of Han Li and closing his eyes, entering a focused state, no longer paying attention to external matters. Han Li sensed this as a rare opportunity to escape and attempted to move, but his shoulders suddenly felt heavy, rendering him immobilized once again. With a wry smile, Han Li realized he had forgotten about the giant man standing guard nearby. With him watching his every move, Han Li had little chance of escape. It seems that Mo the physician had carefully considered his actions before entering his trance-like state, showing no fear of any tricks Han Li might attempt. As for the giant known as Iron Slave, he was a mysterious figure, just like Mo the physician's devil silver hand, impervious to blades and spears all over his body, even at the most vulnerable spots. Today, Han Li had truly fallen into the hands of these individuals. While Han Li silently criticized the giant in his mind, the other person in front of him underwent a strange transformation. Mo the physician's face began twitching uncontrollably, his entire body shaking violently. His facial muscles contorted in apparent agony, amplifying the eerie atmosphere already set by the blades piercing his body. Suddenly, Mo the physician ceased trembling, but from deep within his throat came a deep, primal roar, filled with raw animalistic fury. In that instant, Mo the physician seemed no longer an old man, but a fierce beast emerging from the wilderness. Then, even more horrifyingly, the ghostly mist that had appeared on Mo the physician's face a year ago reappeared. This mist was vastly different from before, denser and darker, enveloping Mo the physician's face like a black mask, concealing his true visage. The tendrils emanating from the mist underwent a tremendous change, now smoother, shinier, with an almost tangible texture, as if they had gained substance. They writhed and danced relentlessly on Mo the physician's face. Mo the physician formed a peculiar hand gesture, with his fingers resembling a lotus flower, and his lips moved as if uttering an incantation, though too quietly for Han Li to discern. As Mo the physician's inexplicable actions continued, the mist on his face seemed to become enraged, boiling and roiling like water poured into a scalding oil pot. More tiny tendrils emerged from it, menacingly, as if trying to prevent Mo the physician from further action. Just as the black mist thickened to its maximum, Mo the physician opened his eyes. Through the thick mist, Han Li could still see the intense gleam within them. 7 ghosts devouring souls. Mo the physician roared, announcing the name of the arcane technique he was about to unleash. Upon hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but shudder. But what followed shook him to the core, making him realize that there were still many things in the world that he didn't know about. As Mo the physician shouted, the 7 peculiar blades embedded in his body began to tremble, emitting a buzzing hum from their ghostly heads. The sound grew louder and sharper, as if they were coming to life and trying to break free from him. Seeing the blades seemingly acting up, Mo the physician became somewhat irritated. He muttered something under his breath, too softly and quickly for Han Li to catch, but it was likely nothing pleasant. Mo the physician stood up, walked around the room, and eventually stomped his foot in frustration. He reluctantly extended a finger and inserted it into one of the ghostly mouths. Incredibly, the lifeless ghost head closed its mouth on its own, using its large fangs to viciously bite down on the offered delicacy and gently suckle it. Mo the physician's body trembled slightly, as if enduring immense pain. With his face obscured by the black mist, Han Li couldn't see his expression, but it must have been grim. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the ghost head finally finished feeding and released its grip, silencing the humming. Mo the physician then repeated this process with each ghost head before reluctantly retracting his finger. Once he had done all this, Mo the physician performed the same hand gesture as before, murmuring under his breath. This time, the 7 peculiar blades didn't tremble or make any noise. Instead, they simultaneously opened their eyes, revealing blood-red pupils. Their mouths also widened even further, puffing out their cheeks and greedily sucking in something from the air. The mist on Mo the physician's face, sensing imminent danger, surged angrily, its tendrils flailing wildly. But it was to no avail. 7 thin black lines were still swept up from the mist, forming elegant arcs in the air before accurately dropping into the waiting mouths of the 7 ghost heads, where they were gradually consumed. Han Li was dumbfounded. Because Mo the physician was sitting directly across from him, he witnessed everything happening in front of him vividly, down to the minutest detail on the ghostly faces. For the first time, Han Li, touching upon another world, was completely stunned by this miraculous power. The bizarre silver blades, the eerie ghost heads, and the sinister black mist swirling around Mo the physician's face. All these phenomena defied explanation and shattered his previous understanding. Before this, Han Li had always been skeptical of the supernatural, believing only what he saw with his own eyes. Now, these ghostly scenes, typically found only in folklore, were unfolding before him in vivid reality, leaving Han Li utterly astonished. For a moment, Han Li's mind was in turmoil. Faced with such unearthly power as a prisoner, he didn't know how to respond. Gradually, the mist on Mo the physician's face dissipated, and only a faint layer remained, barely visible. At this moment, as Han Li caught a glimpse of Mo the physician's revealed face, he was stunned speechless, unable to close his gaping mouth for some time. Today had brought too many surprises for Han Li, but none as bewildering as what he saw now, leaving him completely astounded. The face revealed from the mist was that of a man in his prime, around 30 years old. Despite the familiar features, it was unmistakably Mo the physician himself, but rejuvenated by decades. With his determined face, commanding gaze, and a hint of a smirk on his lips, he looked incredibly charismatic. Such a mature, masculine face had a fatal charm for women, irresistibly drawing them in with just a glance, no matter their age or status. Seeing this face, Han Li felt an urge to punch it, perhaps feeling jealous of its handsome appearance, which seemed to provoke other men's envy. As the last remnants of the mist were consumed by the ghost heads, Han Li remembered Mo the physician mentioning that he had originally been in his 30s. It seemed that on this point, Mo the physician hadn't lied to him. This current appearance should be Mo the physician's true form, but the method of his recovery was truly incredible. At this point, Han Li noticed that not only Mo the physician's appearance, but also his body and hair had changed. With his jet-black hair and sturdy physique, it was evident that he was in the prime of his life, both physically and mentally. But since Mo the physician has a way to restore his original appearance, why did he have to go through all this trouble? Han Li wondered. Snapping out of his shock, he realized he was still in danger and began to analyze the situation, trying to find a way to escape. Han Li observed that the rejuvenated Mo the physician seemed somewhat absent-minded, standing there silently. After a long while, he raised a hand, looking at it with the eyes of someone rediscovering a long-lost treasure, carefully examining the smooth skin on the back of his hand. Then he closed his eyes, pressing his palm against his cheek, gently rubbing it as if savoring the vitality of youth. Mo the physician's self-absorbed expression made Han Li somewhat uncomfortable. He couldn't understand the mixed emotions Mo the physician must be feeling at that moment. Han Li, you really know when to yield and when to stand firm. But do you think I would let you go? The young-faced Mo doctor's voice, surprisingly mellifluous, sent shivers down Han Li's spine. He heard him speak Han Li's name directly for the first time. Although the news wasn't good, it made Han Li feel acknowledged, much better than being called kid all the time. Hence, his frustration lessened a bit. From an external perspective, Mo Doctor now appeared flawless, with each movement exuding elegance. He was the epitome of a handsome man, miles away from his previous grizzled appearance. It seemed that his youthful appearance had probably captivated countless women in his prime. "What do you intend to do with me? Just say it plainly." Han Li wasn't a woman, so he didn't feel obliged to be polite just because Mo Doctor was handsome. Moreover, there was no hint of mercy in Mo Doctor's words, so there was no need to pretend to be courteous. "What do I intend to do?" He. Mo Doctor stretched his limbs, then, with a smile, retrieved something from his pocket. It was a silk bundle, shining brightly like fire, and every needle and thread on it looked exceptionally delicate. It was clearly not an ordinary item. What could be inside the bundle? Would it be another strange object like the silver blades? Han Li momentarily forgot to question Mo Doctor, overwhelmed by curiosity. Without making Han Li wait too long, Mo Doctor carefully unwrapped the bundle, revealing a crumpled piece of yellow paper inside. Han Li seemed somewhat disappointed, but his heart skipped a beat. He knew that the less conspicuous something was, the more likely it had unexpected uses. Mo Doctor wouldn't just take out a piece of paper for no reason, especially after all the bizarre occurrences earlier. There had to be something significant about it. Mo Doctor delicately pinched the yellow paper with 2 fingers and gently smoothed it out. Han Li scrutinized it closely. The paper wasn't large, about the size of a palm, and had been cut into a long strip. Its color was somewhat old, indicating it had seen many years. The most striking feature was the silver symbols drawn on it, symbols Han Li had never seen before. Yet, the moment he laid eyes on them, Han Li felt a mysterious force stirring within him, causing even his inner energy to stir uncontrollably. It was as if the symbols had awakened something within him, shocking Han Li to the core. Han Li knew something wasn't right and focused intently on the symbols, hoping to decipher their mysteries. The symbols twisted and turned, seemingly chaotic yet adhering to some hidden rules. But before Han Li could make sense of them, Mo Doctor approached, bending down to whisper in Han Li's ear. "Han Li, don't blame me. I have no choice. It's time for you to reincarnate. I need to take over this body." "What did you say? What do you mean?" Han Li was shocked by Mo Doctor's words, realizing that a fate worse than death was about to befall him. He struggled desperately, hopping to reach for the few small items he still had on him. Maybe he could cause some chaos and have a chance to escape. "Iron Slave, hold him down. Don't let him move," Mo Doctor commanded, and Han Li's final resistance was quashed. The massive hands of the Iron Slave pressed down on his shoulders, rendering him completely immobile. Tiny beads of sweat formed on Han Li's face, dripping down from his temples. He widened his eyes, biting his lip hard as he watched Mo Doctor intently. Mo Doctor held the yellow paper with 2 fingers, reciting an incantation in a solemn tone. As he did, the paper began to flutter without wind. The silver symbols on it started to glow, emitting a mysterious silver light. Though Han Li couldn't move his body, he could still see and hear everything. But as the last symbol lit up, he felt himself losing control of his body. Even his eyelids refused to close, leaving him completely conscious but unable to control his limbs. It was as if he were a stranger in his own body. The sensation was different from being acupunctured. Though immobilized, he still retained sensation. Now, however, he was completely numb, unable to feel anything. Han Li's panic grew as he realized that Mo Doctor was about to do something to him. Was this his end? Don't worry. You'll retain this body for just a short while longer, Mo Doctor murmured, as if speaking to himself. Your mind is too active. If you were able to move freely, it would give me a headache, said the ink doctor calmly. Then he extended an arm and effortlessly lifted Han Li, taking strides out of the room. Outside, the scorching sun still beat down relentlessly. Hanley felt like he had been inside for a long time, but it had only been a brief moment. The ink doctor carried Han Li as if he were carrying an object, casually crossing through the side yard of the house and arriving at a remote stone wall. The giant man followed silently, like his shadow, never leaving his side. Through his eyes, Han Li could clearly see that in front of him, a stone house that he had never seen before had been built. The stone house resembled the meditation chamber Han Li used to use, entirely constructed of stone, with the only difference being that the outer walls had been simply whitewashed with lime. Judging by the materials used for the stone house, although it was rough, it was obviously recently completed. If he still had his sense of smell, he would probably be able to detect a strong smell of lime. Iron slave, stay outside. If anyone approaches this house, kill them without mercy. The ink doctor issued a bloody order, evidently fearing any unexpected occurrences that could ruin his plans. The stone door was easily pushed open, and he walked in without hesitation, casually closing the stone door behind him. It seemed that this house was not unfamiliar to the ink doctor. 9 times out of 10, he had built it himself. The stone house was enclosed, with no windows. After closing the stone door, Han Li thought it would be pitch black inside, but instead, he saw various oil lamps and candles arranged inside. Despite the small area, the light was as bright as daylight. The scene inside the house left Han Li speechless. Of course, he had questions, but he couldn't speak. However, none of this mattered. What worried Han Li the most was a strange pattern, about 10 meters in diameter, painted in the center of the stone house. The pattern seemed to have been created with some kind of powder, and Han Li couldn't discern what it was exactly, as he couldn't get closer to examine it. Around the edges of the pattern, there were several fist-sized pieces of jade embedded, which shone brightly in the candlelight, obviously rare items. If a connoisseur who loved playing with such items saw this, they would surely be distressed to see such precious jade being embedded in the stone floor, unable to sleep for several nights. Han Li was numb. Today, he had experienced more strange things than he had in the past few years. At this moment, another voice suddenly appeared in the room, sounding quite young, around 20 years old. Humph, it worked before, but what's the use? The ink doctor cursed, surprising Han Li. In the past, this wouldn't have been a big deal. But now, seeing the ink doctor's handsome appearance, swearing with a mouthful of profanity, made Han Li unable to help but find it amusing. If you intentionally set me up at the last moment, causing me to fall into a trap, who can I turn to? Without waiting for the young man's reply, the ink doctor continued, "Don't say anything. You act as a guarantor. You should have been a dead man, and I was the one who killed you. Can you not have resentment? Are you not deceiving me in secret?" The ink doctor's consecutive questioning left no room for the young man to respond, as if he wanted to vent all his uneasiness. After that, there was silence in the room for a long time, except for the heavy breathing of the ink doctor. After a while, the ink doctor suddenly spoke again. "Is the method you mentioned really effective? You know, I've staked everything on this." His tone was extremely cold. Han Li was somewhat puzzled. Was he talking to him? But the tone didn't sound like it. However, besides the two of them in the stone house, there was no one else. Had the ink doctor forgotten so quickly that he was still stuck with that damn yellow paper, unable to speak at all? There's absolutely no problem. Did the 7 ghosts devouring soul great technique and mind-locking talisman I passed on to you ever fail? A strange male voice suddenly appeared in the room, sounding quite young, only in his 20s. Han Li was dumbfounded. Today, he had experienced more strange things than he had in the past few years. At this moment, another voice suddenly appeared in the room, sounding quite young, around 20 years old. "Humph, it worked before, but what's the use?" The ink doctor cursed, surprising Han Li. In the past, this wouldn't have been a big deal. But now, seeing the ink doctor's handsome appearance, swearing with a mouthful of profanity, made Han Li unable to help but find it amusing. "If you intentionally set me up at the last moment, causing me to fall into a trap, who can I turn to?" Without waiting for the young man's reply, the ink doctor continued, "Don't say anything. You act as a guarantor. You should have been a dead man, and I was the one who killed you. Can you not have resentment? Are you not deceiving me in secret?" The ink doctor's consecutive questioning left no room for the young man to respond, as if he wanted to vent all his uneasiness. After that, there was silence in the room for a long time, except for the heavy breathing of the ink doctor. After a while, the ink doctor suddenly spoke again. "Is the method you mentioned really effective? You know, I've staked everything on this." His tone was extremely cold. Han Li was somewhat puzzled. Was he talking to him? But the tone didn't sound like it. However, besides the two of them in the stone house, there was no one else. Had the ink doctor forgotten so quickly that he was still stuck with that damn yellow paper, unable to speak at all? There's absolutely no problem. Did the 7 ghosts devouring soul great technique and mind-locking talisman I passed on to you ever fail? A strange male voice suddenly appeared in the room, sounding quite young, only in his 20s. Han Li was dumbfounded. This young man was so ruthless, using so many close relatives to make oaths just to gain the trust of the ink doctor. It was clear that he was also a cold-hearted person. The slight goodwill he had felt due to their similar situations was instantly gone. "That's right, I can't do anything to you. Your body has been destroyed, and only your soul remains here, unable to see the light of day. It's not necessarily stronger than being dead and gone." The ink doctor's tone softened, seemingly not wanting to tear apart their relationship. "You Zitong, I just want to remind you one last time, if something happens to me, you won't fare well either. Keep in mind, your current spiritual form won't last much longer. Without me finding a suitable physical body for you, you might truly dissipate. So if there are any flaws or deceptions in the techniques I taught you, it's not too late to tell me now. I won't hold any grudges against you. I can even swear an oath right in front of you." The ink doctor persisted in advising the young man. Hanley finally grasped the situation. The ink doctor's earnest words were merely his fear that this person named Yu Zidong might have tampered with the techniques during transmission, leading to a disaster for himself. Therefore, in this critical moment, he was being cautious, attempting to verify the information once again from the other party, in order to reassure himself. "I swear there is absolutely no tampering with the possession technique I taught you. If I deceived you, let my entire family and clan suffer heavenly retribution and perish. I swear by my ancestors, parents, entire family, and even my clan." Yu Zidong didn't hesitate and swiftly made another solemn oath, showing that he was well aware of the ink doctor's concerns. "Furthermore, although you can temporarily gain some magical power and perform simple spells after using the 7 ghosts devouring soul technique, it comes at the cost of your essence. With the remaining essence in your body, will you still be able to use this technique next time?" After making the oath, Yu Zidong blocked the ink doctor's retreat with his words. After these words were spoken, the stone room fell silent once again, with only the ink doctor's restless packing audible. Hanley silently prayed, for the first time in his life, to any passing deity, hoping the other party would be scared off and give up on their malicious intentions. Even though he knew it was absurd and a form of self-deception, it was the only thing he could do at the moment. "All right, trust those who trust you, suspect those who doubt you. If you want to seek such great benefits, it's natural to take a little risk." The ink doctor finally made up his mind. With this statement, Hanley felt despair. If he had any sensation in his face, it would surely be pale with a look of despair. Yu Zitong, on the other hand, seemed pleased, with excitement in his voice. "It should be this way. Think about it. Originally, you were just an ordinary person with no spiritual roots, completely unfit for the path of cultivation. But after the successful execution of this method, it's different. With this body possessing spiritual roots, you can find a cultivation clan or sect to join, thus having the possibility to escape the cycle of life and death and live much longer than ordinary people. Well then, I'll accept your kind words. Rest assured, ink brother, I mowed your rain, keep my word. Once successful, I'll immediately help you find a body with spiritual roots. I won't let you down, old you." The ink doctor, under Yu Zidong's enthusiastic words, began to indulge in fantasies about the bright future, showing a lot more courtesy to Yu Zidong and trying to win him over. Listening to this, Han Li was infuriated. These two were truly colluding shamelessly, disregarding his opinion and treating his body as a commodity. However, he was currently helpless. Putting aside his doubts, the ink doctor decided not to delay any longer. He took out several thin gold needles from somewhere and swiftly inserted them into the secret acupoints behind his head, making himself flush with energy and fully prepared to perform magic without error. Then he walked to Han Li's side, lifted his body, and arranged it in a sitting position on the ground. He sat across from him, crossed his arms tightly over his chest, and sat down. The ink doctor formed a hand seal, then flicked his hand, and a red light shot out, hitting the pattern under Han Li's body, instantly causing several jade stones around to light up. Then, in a low and solemn voice, he began to chant a spell from his mouth, like a curse, making the listener drowsy and sleepy. Han Li's consciousness gradually became blurred as the chanting entered his ears, making him extremely drowsy. Not good. Han Li knew something was wrong and realized that the other party was deliberately inducing this state as a prelude to taking over his body. He was unwilling to sit idly by and resist with all his might against the voice. But to no avail. If he could still control his body, he could use methods like biting his tongue or pinching himself to stay awake. But now he could only passively endure. Under the powerful hypnosis of the spell, Han Li soon lost consciousness. Before falling into a coma, he vaguely saw the ink doctor's once extremely handsome face, now appearing hideous and terrifying in the dim light, devoid of its former charm. "You've become so ugly." This was the last sentence Han Li wanted to say before falling asleep, a helpless curse without any dirty words. In the endless darkness, Han Li had a very strange dream. In the dream, he was a green light sphere the size of a fist, with his own small world where he freely roamed, extremely joyful. But soon, a yellow light sphere broke in, only the size of a thumb, much smaller than Han Li's green sphere, but it was aggressive and hostile. Upon seeing Han Li, it viciously rushed over and opened its big mouth to bite him. Han Li, of course, didn't back down and also manifested a mouth, fiercely fighting back. After just a few moments, the yellow light sphere was easily swallowed by Han Li, who, relying on his large size, quickly ended the battle. After winning, Han Li was elated, savoring the delicious taste of victory. At this moment, another invader entered, another green light sphere just like him, but slightly larger in size, although its light appeared dimmer and weaker than Han Li's. Upon seeing Han Li's green sphere, the opponent seemed surprised, hesitating for a moment. But Han Li, having just tasted the wonderful taste of devouring other light spheres, was unwilling to let the opponent go and rushed forward. The opponent had no choice but to fight back, but it was obvious that it was just an empty shell, barely holding on for a while longer than the yellow one, before finally collapsing and fleeing. Han Li refused to let it go and chased after it, But the opponent was cunning, detaching the bitten parts whenever caught, allowing it to continue fleeing. Eventually, it managed to escape, albeit with its size reduced by a third. After experiencing 2 battles, this domain continued to be dominated by Han Li. His light sphere eagerly awaited other invaders to come, but unfortunately, none ever came again. As time passed, he stopped caring, continuing to float alone happily as if this would last forever. A chilling sensation surged from the depths of his heart, slowly waking Han Li from his slumber. As he woke, he felt an immense heaviness in his head, a dull ache spreading throughout his body, rendering him weak and feeble, as if recovering from a severe illness. He struggled to open his eyes, but they felt incredibly heavy, refusing to budge. In a daze, Han Li recalled everything that had happened before he slipped into unconsciousness. With a sudden jolt, he shivered, his mind clearing slightly. He hastily checked his condition. It seemed he hadn't been possessed. Though he couldn't open his eyes, the discomfort throughout his body told him that he was back in control. Could it be that Dr. Mo's plan failed? Surprised by the unexpected turn of events, Han Li considered this as the only plausible explanation. Suppressing his excitement, Han Li patiently regained some strength before finally managing to open his eyes just a crack, allowing him to see his surroundings. Upon opening them, he saw an elderly figure with gray hair, thin and haggard, staring at him with an expression of fear. It was Dr. Mo, aged beyond recognition, looking even older than before, almost like a decrepit old man. At this moment, Dr. Mo's eyes widened in horror as he stared at Han Li. Han Li was taken aback, muscles tensing throughout his body. Despite feeling weak, he was determined not to let himself be easily controlled again after the lesson he had learned last time. However, he soon noticed something strange. Dr. Mo's expression was frozen, motionless, without the slightest sign of breath, as if he had long been dead. Furrowing his brow, Han Li remained cautious, not letting his guard down. He focused intently on Dr. Mo's face, trying to find any flaws. After careful observation for what seemed like half an hour, Han Li had to admit that Dr. Mo did not seem to be alive. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously approached Dr. Mo, grabbing his wrist and holding his hand under his nose to check for any signs of life. Finally convinced, Han Li relaxed, feeling an immense sense of relief. The weight that had been pressing on his heart was finally lifted. Even now, Han Li found it hard to believe that his greatest enemy, the cunning and ruthless Dr. Mo, had died so quietly, without any explanation. He reached up to his forehead, feeling for the mind-locking talisman that had disappeared without a trace. Not finding it nearby, he wondered where it had gone. Only later, when he recalled his knowledge of talismans, did he realize that the yellow talisman had probably turned to ashes due to the depletion of its magical power, leaving no trace behind. With his mind now at ease, Han Li began to scan the area around Dr. Mo's body for any clues as to his demise. The oil lamps around them were still lit, indicating that he hadn't been unconscious for long. However, the several pieces of green jade nearby had become dull and unremarkable, as if their quality had suddenly deteriorated. As his gaze swept the room, something caught his eye in the corner, a figure trying to hide, avoiding Han Li's gaze. The figure was familiar to Han Li. It was the green light ball he had fought with and ultimately let slip through his grasp in his dream. Approaching cautiously, Han Li stopped when he was only a few feet away from it and spoke slowly. "I think it's time we met. You must be Yu Zidong." The green light ball trembled slightly, its light flickering uncertainly. Upon hearing Han Li utter its name, it dimmed for a while before brightening again. "You guessed right. You're just as troublesome as Dr. Mo, your master, not easy to deal with." The light ball seemed resigned, even speaking in human language, sounding exactly like the young man. Without attempting to deceive him, Yu Zidong admitted Han Li's guess. "Well then, perhaps you should explain yourself and tell me everything about who you are, how you know Dr. Mo, and what your original plan was. I have plenty of time to listen to your story." Han Li spoke calmly, showing no signs of anger, maintaining his composure. However, Yu Zidong, upon seeing Han Li's calm demeanor, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, sensing imminent danger. He had just experienced the power of this star of calamity in the recent mental battle, where he had barely escaped with his life and lost most of his magical power. Now facing the real person, he had no means of self-defense and felt an indescribable fear. Knowing that the other party had just narrowly escaped death, Yu Zidong realized that Han Li might be emotionally unstable and highly dangerous. Despite Han Li's apparent calmness, he might be like a volcano on the verge of eruption, brewing with pent-up anger. Since he had been discovered, the best course of action was to cooperate and not test the other's patience with words. Yu Zidong didn't want to recklessly provoke him and risk being buried under his impulses. "What do you want to know?" "Cough, speaking of which, I am also a victim." Yu Zidong opened his mouth, hopping to win Han Li's sympathy, trying to downplay his relationship with Mo Deifu. But seeing Han Li unmoved, he had to continue. "I was originally a lone cultivator." Yu Zidong honestly recounted his background, the whole process of the matter, in detail. Of course, in his narrative, he portrayed himself as a poor victim forced into collusion by Mo Deifu, shifting all the blame to the deceased Mo Deifu. Han Li naturally wouldn't completely believe what he said, but combining Mo Deifu's previous words, he could deduce about 70 to 80% of the truth. Stripping away possible falsehoods in the other party's words, Han Li gained a rough understanding of the situation. The stories Mo Deifu had told him before, up until the part where he was ambushed and sought methods to restore his power, should all be true, and there was no need for him to deceive Han Li. However, the story about finding a miraculous book at a mysterious location and finding the method to restore his power from it was a fabricated lie. It was entirely because of Yu Zedong that Mo Deifu was able to recover, but it was also because of Yu Zedong that he was cursed. It turned out that Yu Zedong was originally a member of a so-called cultivator family. He practiced the longevity technique to the 7th level, achieving a certain level of proficiency. However, due to limitations in aptitude, he couldn't advance further, unable to meet the requirements for formal foundation building. Without foundation building, one couldn't be considered a member of the cultivator community, nor could they formally enter the world of cultivation. So, Yu Zedong had no choice but to come out of seclusion, intending to gain worldly experience, hoping to break through the current bottleneck in mentality. Of course, if possible, finding some precious medicinal herbs to refine into Ling pills would be even better. However, he knew that this hope was very slim, but no matter what, it was a matter of luck. Maybe his luck would explode and he would find a loophole. With this tempting plan in mind, Yu Zedong, in his early 20s, entered the mundane world known to cultivators. The flashy world outside quickly dazzled Yu Zedong's eyes. His mentality was not stable to begin with, and within a few years, he completely degenerated, becoming a guest of honor in the mansion of a powerful family, enjoying worldly luxury, and his desire for cultivation gradually faded away. For such a disciple who gave up halfway, their family would naturally remove their name from the family records after 100 years. From then on, even if they were mundane people, they would not be allowed to have any contact with the family, unless outstanding cultivators appeared among their descendants, allowing them to return to the family. If this continued, although Yu Zedong's path to cultivation was hopeless, he could still live a long life of wealth and glory. This kind of situation was rare among cultivators before foundation building, but it was not unheard of, and it wasn't a big deal. But whether it was divine intervention or Yu Zedong's luck, several years later, on a certain day, he accidentally wandered the streets, casually browsing through a pharmacy. In the shop, he unexpectedly discovered a very rare blood spirit grass, which looked very similar to ordinary red oil flowers and was therefore placed together by the ignorant shopkeeper. Yu Zedong was naturally overjoyed. With this spirit grass, he had a great chance to break through the bottleneck, and his desire for cultivation surged again. At that time, he was about to pay for the item. However, another cultivator entered the shop at this time, also noticed the herb, and of course, was unwilling to let it go. The two immediately quarreled. Seeing this, the shopkeeper saw an opportunity for profit and decided that whoever offered more silver would get the herb. As Yu Zedong had slightly more money on him, he naturally pocketed the spirit grass. But he wasn't stupid, knowing the other party wouldn't give up easily. He fled his residence overnight and headed back to his family's territory. However, halfway there, he was caught up by the other person, resulting in a fierce battle. The opponent's cultivation was stronger by more than a bit. Yu Zedong was beaten to the point of spitting blood, but he was unwilling to let go of the spirit grass he almost had in his grasp. Gritting his teeth, He activated a life-saving talisman he had brought from the family, using a secret technique to scare off the opponent, and then escaped. However, he was seriously injured by now. In such a situation, he encountered Modefu, who was also out seeking a remedy. It seemed that fate had determined Yu Zitong's course. Although he had been walking in the world for a few years, he had no experience dealing with people in the martial world. After recognizing Mo Defu's physical condition, he blurted out, inadvertently leaking the news of his possession of a remedy. Now he had brought himself great trouble. Mo Defu was currently anxious, searching everywhere for a remedy, and upon hearing that Yu Zidong had a medicine to cure him, how could he not use all means on him and desperately plead? But the remedy Yu Zidong spoke of, although not as precious as blood spirit grass, consisted of a dozen or so valuable herbs, refined into pills by a cultivator's method, and there were not many left on him. In his current condition of being seriously injured, he treasured them even more. How could he give them away to a mundane person he regarded as insignificant? Unable to obtain the medicine despite all his pleading, Mo Defu grew angry and secretly followed Yu Zidong to a deserted place, where he secretly poisoned him. In theory, ordinary poison shouldn't have affected Yu Zidong, but the kind of secret poison Mo Defu used was beyond his understanding. It unexpectedly brought Mo Defu success. Already heavily injured, Yu Zidong, under the attack of the toxic, was on the verge of death. It was only then that Mo Defu revealed himself, arrogantly looting Yu Zidong. Seeing this, Yu Zidong fully understood the cause and effect, and in a fit of anger, without hesitation, he used the blood arrow yin soul curse, turning all his blood into a blood curse, spraying it onto Mo Defu's head, then abandoning his soul, quietly drifting out of his body. After his soul left his body, Yu Zidong realized that his considerations were improper, as he hadn't prepared a vessel for his soul in advance. Helplessly, he could only enter Mo Defu's body temporarily avoiding the danger of his soul's demise. Mo Defu, splattered with blood, was startled at first, but after finding nothing unusual, he no longer cared. Relying on his knowledge of elixirs, he identified several pills from the other party's body and happily took them. And sure enough, with the pills, he recovered his power. Ecstatic, Mo Defu, with the items looted from the other party and a book of longevity technique that he couldn't understand, planned to return to Lan Prefecture to seek revenge and regain his former glory. Mo Defu didn't have much joy for a few days. The terrifying effects of the yin soul curse soon manifested. He aged rapidly, almost at a rate of 1 year per day. He was terrified and tried every method to control the strange phenomenon happening to his body, but with little success. If this continued, he would naturally perish like a normal elderly person, exhausted and dead. Fortunately, at this time, Yu Zidong's ethereal spirit was in an even worse condition. It turned out that after Yu Zidong entered Mo Defu's body, over time, there was a phenomenon of being assimilated by the other party's ethereal spirit. Assimilation is a passive act of possession, where an external ethereal spirit that has lingered in someone else's body for a long time is subtly influenced by the host's unconsciousness, mutually affecting each other. However, in the end, only one consciousness can survive. Seeing this, Yu Zidong had no choice but to consider actively taking over the possession. His reluctance was not due to any benevolent intentions, but out of fear of the 3 iron laws of possession in the cultivation world. Firstly, cultivators must not attempt to possess ordinary people. Otherwise, the possessed body will collapse due to the inability to withstand the possession. Secondly, only someone with higher cultivation can possess someone with lower cultivation successfully, without suffering a backlash. The greater the gap in cultivation level, the safer the possession. Thirdly, a cultivator can only attempt possession once in their lifetime. Upon attempting a second time, their ethereal spirit will inexplicably perish. These 3 iron laws, which countless attempts have failed to break, have restrained many evildoers who sought to cause chaos using possession, and those who attempted to escape disaster through this method. It seems that the heavens warn against such rebellious behavior, preventing cultivators from using this method to destabilize the world irreversibly. Therefore, if Mo Dafu were a cultivator, Yu Zitong would not fear. He could engage in a struggle with Mo Dafu and vie for possession of his body. However, Mo Dafu was just an ordinary person with no trace of cultivation, making it impossible for him to endure possession. Fear of Yu Zidong. As for finding another body to hide in, it would not avoid the fate of assimilation again, facing the embarrassment of another predicament, and even worse. Without a body to cultivate, his ethereal spirit would lose energy every time it left his body. So, how long he could sustain himself was unknown. Therefore, Yu Zitong would not venture out again unless he found a cultivator with low cultivation and the ability to endure possession. Otherwise, he would not risk it. During this process, Yu Zidong once suggested that Mo Dafu seek help from his family's retreat, but the experienced Mo Dafu would never hand him such a weapon. He flatly refused, leaving Yu Zidong itching with hatred in the days to come. As for what happened later, there is nothing more to say. Mo Dafu, unable to find a suitable candidate in the previous years, despondently entered the 7 Profound sect and then unexpectedly accepted Han Li as his disciple, teaching him the longevity arts, and so on, which was not much different from what Mo Dafu said. Even Han Li himself went through some experiences. After listening to these words, Han Li took a long breath, and most of his doubts were unraveled. But when he saw Yu Zidong stop and no longer continue, his face sank, and he said coldly, "It seems you haven't told me the reason for Mo Dafu's death." There's nothing much to explain. It was just that Mo Dafu underestimated your progress in the longevity arts. His cultivation was far inferior to yours, so the possession failed, and he was consumed by you. Yu Zidong hesitated before revealing the truth. In that case, the yellow light ball that entered my body first was Mo Dafu's ethereal spirit. And the second green one was yours, Han Li said indifferently. Well, about that, at the time I thought, didn't you and Mo Dafu perish together? To avoid wasting this body, I thought to make use of it. Yu Zidong replied somewhat awkwardly. HMPH. It's probably not just a thought, but a deliberate design on your part. Yu Zidong, when you taught Mo Dafu the possession technique, you probably didn't have any good intentions. You deliberately didn't mention the success or failure, which is related to the depth of cultivation. With your original design, Mo Dafu, using his self-destructive soul-devouring technique and my fourth layer longevity arts, would have similar levels of cultivation and would mutually destroy each other upon possession. Then it would be convenient for you, the third party, to take advantage of it and successfully take over my body. Am I right, my esteemed cultivator, you? Han Li calmly stated his judgment. After listening, Yu Zidong was silent for a moment, and after a long time he sighed, somewhat dejected and not bothering to refute. I praised you before just casually, but now I genuinely commend you. You are truly clever, surpassing even Mo Juren's cunning. You guessed it right. All of this was indeed my design, but I didn't expect your cultivation aptitude to be so exceptional. In a short time, you reached the 6th layer of longevity arts, just one layer below me. Not only did you easily devour Mo Dafu's ethereal spirit, but even my ethereal spirit, an injured cultivator, was no match for you. Instead, I lost a significant amount of spiritual energy, he said, his tone suddenly becoming proud. Mo Juren is just an ordinary person, yet he dares to aspire to equality with us cultivators, calling us brothers. Does he even qualify? What's even more intolerable is that he used despicable means to destroy my Dharma body and still wants to step into the path of immortality. He's daydreaming. Yu Zidong clenched his teeth, revealing his long-held hatred for Mo Dafu, which he now expressed without reservation. But you're different. You have innate spiritual roots and outstanding talent. It's a shame to see you waste it in the mortal world. If you're willing to help me find a suitable body and assist in possession, I'm willing to be your guide, introduce you to the elders of my family, and take you as my disciple. What do you think? Yu Zitong was confident in his words. He didn't believe anyone could resist the lure of becoming an immortal and attaining eternal life. Initially, even Mo Dafu harbored deep hatred towards him, but under the same persuasion, he eventually cooperated obediently. Yu Zitong was sure that with just a little more coaxing, this person would surely yield. However, Yu Zitong was disappointed. After hearing his tempting words, Han Lai didn't show any excitement but remained calm, as if those words hadn't caused any ripples in his heart. Cooperation is something I'll consider later. But for now, I have a question I hope you can answer, Han Lai said, fixing a clear gaze on the orb. If I answer your question, will you be willing to cooperate? Yu Zitong asked. It depends on whether your answer satisfies me. All right, ask away. Yu Zitong agreed readily, understanding the principle of bend a little when under the roof of another's home. Instead of answering immediately, Han Lai lifted his head and pondered for a moment, as if considering how to phrase his question appropriately. Yu Zitong, on the other hand, was taken aback by his solemn demeanor, wondering what troublesome question Han Lai would pose. I want to know what adverse effects there might be after I assimilate part of Mo Dafu and your soul. Why do I feel a headache, and as if I've gained something but can't access it? Is there anything wrong? Han Lai finally voiced the question that had been bothering him since he woke up. Upon hearing this, Yu Zitong was relieved that the issue Han Lai was concerned about was minor. He spoke in a much lighter tone. So that's what it is. My friend, you worry too much. There's no need to be concerned. You see, the things stuffed into your mind will gradually dissipate within 1 or 2 years, so you needn't worry about it. So you're saying that my assimilation of these things is completely futile and nothing stays. I find that hard to believe, Han Lai said skeptically, casting a distrustful glance at Yu Zitong. It's not entirely true that nothing stays. However, what does remain is very little, Yu Zitong hurriedly explained, afraid that Han Lai might misunderstand. Among the assimilated elements are memories, experiences, emotions, etc., which you can't tamper with. If absorbed, you may become mentally handicapped or suffer from personality disorders. In severe cases, your mental capacity may skyrocket, causing your brain to burst and die. You must understand, the soul is the most delicate thing and cannot be casually integrated with other elements. While it's possible to temporarily harbor assimilated souls in your mind, turning them into your own is wishful thinking. Otherwise, just by taking over someone's body, you would gain their experience, memories, and techniques. Wouldn't that lead to chaos? Who would diligently practice and understand different realms and techniques when they could just possess someone else's body and gain everything? The only usable aspect of an assimilated soul is the tiny bit of primordial energy it contains. This can slightly enhance your own soul, but it's just a tiny amount. This type of energy dissipates the fastest. Within a few days, it will be entirely lost and unusable. As Han Lai listened to Yu Zitong's explanation, the last lingering worry in his heart dissipated. He could tell that Yu Zitong wasn't lying. At this moment, Yu Zitong was probably thinking about cooperating with him, similar to what had happened with Mo Dafu. So there was no need for him to deceive Han Lai about this issue that could be quickly verified. After Yu Zitong finished explaining, seeing Han Lai nodding in agreement, he felt a surge of joy. The orb representing his soul seemed to shine a bit brighter, and eagerly he asked, Han, my friend, it seems you're satisfied with my explanation. Shall we discuss our cooperation? Of course, being able to cooperate with a cultivator is a wonderful opportunity. Han Lai suddenly smiled, revealing his sparkling white teeth, appearing exceptionally sincere. Really? Yu Zitong became excited. He hadn't expected Han Lai to agree so readily and quickly sought confirmation. Of course, Han Lai replied promptly and crisply. Then he smiled as he took something out from his bosom, speaking in a friendly tone to Yu Zitong. Now that we're partners, Wouldn't you mind cooperating with a small experiment before we proceed with our discussions? Experiment? Yu Zitong was startled, feeling a sense of déjà vu as he gazed at the cylindrical object in Han Lai's hand, sensing an ominous premonition. Yes, a poison test. Before Yu Zitong could react, Han Lai's thumb moved, and a black, viscous liquid sprayed out from the cylinder, emitting a foul odor as it shot toward its target. Ah, Yu Zitong let out a scream as his soul was drenched by the black liquid, causing the green light on it to dim significantly, indicating that he had suffered considerable damage. You dare to poison me, to ambush me. Yu Zitong screamed hoarsely, seeming unable to accept what had just happened. Han Lai paid no attention to Yu Zitong's anger. He reached for the buckle on his waist, and with a swift motion, pulled out a shining sword from the compartment of his belt. The sword was about as wide as a finger and roughly 1.5 feet long, incredibly flexible and rare, a jade belt short sword. This sword was the last and most expensive weapon Han Lai had commissioned from a blacksmith, but he wasn't proficient in this type of weapon. Thus, he had never used it before, but now it came in handy. Han Lai held the sword, which he had kept hidden on his person and had almost never had the chance to use, with a grim expression. The smile from earlier was nowhere to be seen. With a look of disgust in his eyes, he glanced at Yu Zitong, whose soul was still trembling slightly, and without a word, he took a step forward, slashing wildly at the orb as if he were using a cleaver to chop wood. Yu Zitong's divine soul was trapped in a narrow corner, like a fly with broken wings, flailing about aimlessly. Every time it attempted to fly out, it was forced back by a stream of black liquid, followed by deadly flashes of cold light hacking at the luminous sphere, constantly weakening its green glow. He felt despair. Though the opponent's blade had weakened his divine soul considerably, he wasn't overly concerned about it. What left him helpless was the relentless erosion caused by the black fluid. Ever since being sprayed with the liquid, he felt a tingling weakness in his divine soul, and his remaining spiritual power was being gradually worn away. Even more fatal was that it hindered Yu Zitong from casting spells, causing his spells to repeatedly fail, as if he was being constrained. Why are you killing me? Why? Faced with Han Li's ruthless attacks, Yu Zitong's hoarse cries occasionally echoed from the luminous sphere, filled with deep-seated resentment. However, Han Li remained silent, responding only with relentless swings of his sword. Before long, Yu Zitong's voice grew weaker and weaker, until all that remained was a faint whimper, then silence. Han Li didn't immediately stop, instead delivering a dozen more strikes to the dimly glowing remnants of Yu Zitong's divine soul, until it was evident that even the last vestiges of green light couldn't be extinguished. Only then did he sheath his sword, coiling it back into his belt. At this moment, Han Li spoke coldly. I never collaborate with those who swear oaths using their parents as collateral. Let alone trust the promises of scoundrels like you, following in the footsteps of Dr. Mo. With a disdainful glance at the faint remnants of Yuzatong's divine soul, Han Li turned decisively and pushed open the heavy door, allowing several dazzling rays of sunlight to pierce into the room, illuminating the remains of the divine soul. With a poo sound, the feeble green light flickered and extinguished, dissolving into wisps of blue smoke, disappearing into the air. In this way, every trace left by Yuzatong in the world was thoroughly erased by Han Li, leaving no clues behind. Han Li knew that divine souls were sensitive to light, thanks to Dr. Mo's habit of extinguishing many lamps upon entering a room. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deal with this last hidden danger, leaving Han Li in constant anxiety. However, the ease with which Han Li extinguished Yuzatong's divine soul was also due to another factor: the vial of 7 poison water he had prepared in advance. This vial of poison, a refinement of the 5 poison water previously confiscated by Dr. Mo, had added a material called earth mushroom. This poisonous plant not only had a strong toxicity to ordinary people, but also posed a significant hindrance to the divine souls of cultivators. Hence, Yuzatong had been unable to cast spells smoothly, and his divine soul had been easily extinguished. Although Han Li's poison had not been effective, he had successfully used the vial of 7 poison water to spray Yuzatong's divine soul. Inspired by various legends, Han Li treated Yuzatong's divine soul as if it were a monster, leading to this fortuitous coincidence. Whether Yuzatong, in the afterlife, would be angered to the point of spitting blood again was unknown. Of course, Han Li was unaware of all these coincidences. All he knew was that even if the poison had not been effective, Yuzatong's divine soul would still have been extinguished without a doubt. With this comprehensive consideration in mind, he had mercilessly struck down Yuzatong. Now that he was finally liberated, he no longer had to live under the constant threat of being held at knife point, ready to flee at any moment. Han Li walked slowly back to the center of the stone room, standing there quietly for a moment. Suddenly, he jumped up, 3 feet off the ground, and roared loudly, venting the joy in his heart, truly returning to his nature as a 16-year-old boy. I'm finally free. I'm finally free. But with a sudden snap, Han Li's voice stopped abruptly, as if cut off by a knife. A giant figure, hovering not far from the stone door, caught his eye. It was the hulking man known as Iron Slave. Han Li's expression turned ugly at the sight, as if feeling a dull ache in his shoulders. He had made a big mistake again, neglecting the existence of this person and forgetting to inquire about the origin and weaknesses of Iron Slave from Yuzatong's divine soul. However, to Han Li's slight relief, Iron Slave seemed uninterested in what was happening inside the room, only packing back and forth outside, strictly following Dr. Mo's orders and showing no signs of approaching the open door. Faced with this situation, Han Li felt that things were getting complicated. This giant man was clearly somewhat slow-witted, blindly obedient to orders. But for Han Li, such a person was the most difficult to deal with because he couldn't be persuaded with words to stop fighting and make peace. And once he started, Han Li was no match for him. The only thing that could threaten Iron's slave was the vial of poison, now empty. Han Li paced back and forth in the room, racking his brains to find a way to deal with him. But for the time being, his mind was as tangled as a ball of yarn. By chance, Han Li's gaze fell on Dr. Mo's corpse. This sparked an idea. Perhaps I can find some means to control Iron's slave from the corpse, Han Li thought to himself. One strange and unfamiliar item after another was flipped out by Han Li, sorted into two piles based on their suspiciousness, and placed aside. He gradually began to marvel at how many odd and dangerous things Dr. Mo carried on him. Among them were many items that looked deadly at first glance. A tube of sleeve arrows, designed to cause instant bleeding and choking. A bag of sand soaked in snake venom. A dozen extremely sharp throwing knives. As the number of items increased, Han Li's breathing became more rapid, and he began to feel uneasy. He realized how lucky he had been when he fought Dr. Mo initially. If Dr. Mo had intended to kill him outright, he might have perished long ago. Wiping the cold sweat off his face, Han Li chuckled to himself, being scared by dead people's things. What a joke. Finally done with the search, Han Li began to examine each item in the suspicious pile. This small bottle smells terrible, seems to be some kind of antidote, should be safe. This strange weapon looks like a small wheel. Don't know what it's for, but probably has nothing to do with the giant man, so let's put it aside for now. As for this sachet, Han Li muttered to himself as he handled the items, appearing quite enthusiastic. At the moment, he was holding a common sachet embroidered with plain white silk flowers. Normally, such a common item shouldn't raise suspicion. But Han Li believed that for such an ordinary item to appear on Dr. Mo, a man of influence, was unusual. Han Li lifted the sachet with one hand, feeling its light weight, then pinched it. It felt like paper, as if there were pages inside. Han Li's spirits lifted as he opened the sachet, unsurprisingly finding several sheets of paper inside. After a quick glance, he recognized Dr. Mo's handwriting, giving him some reassurance. But upon closer examination, Han Li was astonished to find that it was a farewell letter left by Dr. Mo. Han Li was puzzled, his curiosity piqued. He picked up the sheets of paper and read through them carefully. After finishing, Han Li let out a long sigh, then furrowed his brow, looking troubled. With his hands behind his back, Han Li paced around like an old man, lost in thought. Every few steps, he would stop, ponder something, then indecisively continue packing. Unconsciously, Han Li circled around Dr. Mo's corpse like a donkey pulling a millstone, constantly deep in thought. His face alternated between flushing red and paling, revealing inner turmoil beyond his control. This erratic behavior, so unlike Han Li, would surely draw ridicule if witnessed by Li Feiyu. Han Li's current state was all because of the dire news and the dilemma presented in the farewell letter. The corpse parasite pill antidote turned out to be poisonous, a rare and potent toxin. According to the letter, only Dr. Mo's family heirloom, the warm sun gem, could cure it. Apart from that, there was no other remedy, not even legendary panaceas. In the letter, Dr. Mo made it clear to Han Li that this farewell letter and the poison were his final contingency plan. In case his plan to take over Han Li's body failed, or if any mishap occurred, there was a high chance that Han Li would survive. For the sake of his affairs after his death, Dr. Mo proposed a simple deal in the letter, benefiting both parties. This deal would not only relieve Dr. Mo's worries, but also bring Han Li a great fortune and countless benefits. As for whether it would be Yu Zitong who ultimately survived, Dr. Mo never even considered it. In the letter, he spoke contemptuously of Yu Zitong, deeming him cold-hearted and cowardly, possessing only a bit of cunning. Even as a cultivator, he would never amount to anything significant. The one who would have the last laugh would definitely not be him. Han Li couldn't help but chuckle bitterly at this point, realizing how Dr. Mo's cunning plots had ensnared him in the trap set by someone he underestimated. If Han Li hadn't concealed his true level of cultivation, he would have likely perished alongside Dr. Mo, leaving Yu Zitong to reap the benefits. Clearly, no matter the cultivator's background, they should never be underestimated. In the letter, Dr. Mo proposed a simple deal. Han Li must visit his home within a year, or at most 2. Firstly, because Dr. Mo's poison would inevitably take effect within 2 years. Secondly, Dr. Mo had a wife, concubines, daughters, and a considerable estate at home. Although Dr. Mo had made many arrangements before leaving and released distracting mist, prolonged absence would likely arouse suspicion among his unruly subordinates and enemies. Therefore, Han Li must ensure the safety of Dr. Mo's family, settling them somewhere far from the dangers of the martial world, living a carefree life. As compensation for Han Li's assistance, and to make up for his attempt on Han Li's life, Dr. Mo offered one of his daughters to Han Li as a wife. The dowry would be half of his entire fortune and the warm sun gem. Before leaving, Dr. Mo had already handed the gem to his legal wife, indicating it was specifically for his daughter's dowry. Therefore, for the sake of his own life, Han Li would have to marry even if he didn't want to. However, Dr. Mo also pointed out the significant risks involved. Carelessness could cost him his life, and the enemies capable of posing a threat to Dr. Mo were not easy to deal with. Dr. Mo had arranged everything meticulously, binding Han Li's and his family's safety and fortune together with his life, leaving Han Li with no choice but to reluctantly accept this sweet poison. After circling around several times, Han Li finally stopped. Should I make this deal now, or wait until I'm desperate to cure the poison? He could only think helplessly. Then he glanced at the giant man outside and remembered the mysterious words in the last part of the letter. Curious, he decided to try controlling the giant man. Han Li bent down and retrieved a brass bell from the pile of items. It was exquisitely crafted, with faint bloodstains on its surface, making it stand out. Han Li carefully examined the soul-attracting bell, failing to discern its extraordinary power. According to the letter, This item could somehow subdue the giant man, which seemed unbelievable. Holding the bell in his left hand and a dagger in his right, Han Li cautiously approached the giant man. When he was about 20 feet away, he stopped, wary of any sudden changes. The giant man stood motionless, with his back turned towards Han Li. Dang! The crisp sound of the bell echoed as Han Li lightly tapped it with the dagger. Furrowing his brows, Han Li couldn't discern any difference from an ordinary bell. Could this really control the giant man? Feeling uncertain, Han Li crouched down slightly, ready to retreat to the stone room at the first sign of danger. Upon hearing the bell, the giant man's shoulders twitched slightly, showing some response. Encouraged, Han Li quickly struck the bell several times in succession. Dang, dang! The bell continued to ring, and the giant man's body began to tremble. Eventually, he stumbled and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. As the giant man's massive body hit the dry ground, it kicked up a cloud of dust, causing Han Li to sneeze several times, looking rather disheveled. However, Han Li couldn't focus on these minor inconveniences. He rushed to the giant man's side, removed his cloak, and revealed a swollen face that sent shivers down Han Li's spine. Suppressing his discomfort, Han Li cut his wrist with the dagger, letting blood flow freely onto the giant man's face until it was completely covered. He then quickly bandaged his wound to stop the bleeding and waited, observing the giant man's reaction. To his amazement, the blood slowly seeped into the giant man's skin, leaving no trace behind. Han Li watched in astonishment as the giant man opened his eyes, his expression dull and devoid of emotion. But when their eyes met, Han Li felt a strange sensation. An unfamiliar yet familiar feeling surged within him, as if something foreign had entered his heart, akin to a beloved pet calling out to him incessantly. Startled by this unexpected feeling, Han Li quickly regained his composure. As the giant man's expression softened, Han Li felt a sense of control, as if he could dictate the man's every action, an inexplicable and wondrous sensation. Suppressing his excitement, Han Li issued a test command to the giant man. "Destroy that stone door for me." The giant man remained silent, striding towards the stone door with fists clenched. With a few powerful blows, he shattered the door into pieces, then swiftly returned to Han Li's side, awaiting his next command. Han Li, who usually kept his emotions in check, couldn't help but grin with delight. With such a powerful subordinate at his command, future dangers seemed trivial. As he pondered the wonderful life ahead, Han Li couldn't help but scrutinize the giant man's appearance. The more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. Despite initially finding the giant man's face repulsive, Han Li now found it strangely pleasant, even familiar. He even felt a sense of warmth towards it. Warmth. Han Li was taken aback by his own feelings. How could he feel warmth towards a face he had never seen before? With this question in mind, Han Li carefully examined the giant man's features, trying to unravel the mystery. Gradually, he realized that if he were to shrink the swollen features of the giant man's face and rearrange them, they resembled those of his long-lost friend, Zhang Tai. This revelation left Han Li pale and speechless for a long time, as he extended his trembling hands to gently touch the giant man's face. "Brother Zhang, is it really you?" His voice was barely audible, filled with calmness and disbelief. Hanley used his fingers to feel the giant man's icy body temperature, looking at his dull and lifeless eyes. But his mind was speculating on everything Zhang Tai had encountered. Most likely, Inkmaster conspired with Yu Zitong to abduct Zhang Tai, who had achieved some success in the elephant armor technique, then fabricated his disappearance, deceiving many eyes within the Seven Profound sect. Then, in secret, they used some sort of spell to strip Zhang Tai of his soul, and proceeded to transform his body into its current grotesque state, much like the situation with the elephant armor technique. Han Li's speculation was quite accurate, and the actual situation wasn't much different. Back then, Inkmaster had a sudden whim to combine the elephant armor technique with the corpse refinement technique provided by Yu Zitong, creating a batch of obedient and powerful zombie-like beings. However, within a short period, they only managed to create this one giant man, which Inkmaster treasured dearly, hiding it in a secluded place at the foot of the mountain and only bringing it back on his last trip. But Yu Zitong had no interest in such inferior undead creatures. He even sneered at them. When his Dharma body was still intact, he had many methods to control these incomplete undead, and compared to the advanced ironclad corpses of true cultivators, these creatures were far less powerful and could only display their might among ordinary people. Their only advantage was perhaps their simplicity in material and ease of refinement, which could be accomplished by anyone with a bit of magical power. After a long time, Han Li suddenly withdrew his hand from the giant man's face, shifting his gaze away, his eyes fixed on the dilapidated stone door, lost in thought. In that moment, he felt a chill in his heart, not because of Zhang Tai's tragic fate, but because of his own indifference. He had thought that upon learning of his friend's tragic fate, he would be filled with anger and shout out the names Inkmaster and Yu Zitong in a fit of rage, his voice full of hatred. But in reality, apart from some slight sadness, he felt no significant emotional impact or anger, as if the one who had suffered this fate was not his friend Zhang Tai, but an unrelated bystander. Was it because he knew that the Zhang Tai before him was just a shell, not the person himself? Or had his heart become so cold and ruthless? This selfish indifference frightened even himself. Only now did he realize how unfamiliar he had become, seemingly overnight. Finally snapping out of his daze, Han Li looked at the giant man with complex emotions, unsure of how to address him. Thinking of Inkmaster's words about lost soul and walking corpse, Han Li looked up at the sky and said softly, "Zhang Tai, you must have reincarnated by now. Your leftover body is useless, so let me use it. I'll be careful, and I hope you won't blame me." After uttering this prayer-like statement, Han Li felt somewhat reassured, and then said to the giant man, "Since you're the leftover body of Zhang Tai without a soul of your own, I'll call you Soul Manipulator. I hope you can assist me in the days to come." Listening to Han Li's words, the giant man stood motionless, showing no response other than the usual submissive demeanor. It seemed that there was indeed no independent consciousness, only passive acceptance of commands. "I'm actually talking to a mindless body like this. I'm really foolish." Han Li shook his head self-deprecatingly, then walked back to the stone room with relaxed steps. "Soul Manipulator, follow me." Having completely recovered from his low spirits, Han Li's expression was normal, as if nothing had happened. It seemed that he had indeed become exceptionally cold-blooded and rational, no longer easily troubled by emotions. Was this astonishing change a blessing or a curse for Han Li, who was about to embark on the path of cultivation? In the following days, Han Li busied himself with the aftermath, working tirelessly. He not only buried Ink Master's body under a big tree, but also destroyed and disposed of everything remaining in the stone room. He even ordered Soul Manipulator to demolish the entire stone room until it was completely unrecognizable. Only then did he stop. After all this commotion, it was already dusk, and the sun had begun to set. Standing in front of what used to be the stone room but was now a pile of rubble, Han Li looked around, finding no overlooked areas. He nodded in satisfaction. "Soul Manipulator, let's go. There's still a lot of things to deal with tomorrow. It's a pity you have no consciousness and can't speak. Otherwise, it would be more reassuring to have someone to discuss with." Under the crimson glow of the setting sun, Han Li dragged his slender figure, muttering incessantly to the renamed Soul Manipulator, as if he had finally found a good listener who wouldn't complain. At this moment, there was no trace of coldness or indifference in him, looking just like a typical boy next door. After arranging Soul Manipulator, Han Li returned to his residence. Inside, he wandered around like a stranger, touching tables, chairs, and benches, muttering to himself. What a long day. It feels like it's been longer than the past 10 years combined. Then suddenly, he collapsed onto the bed, burying his head and falling into a deep sleep. He was very tired, both mentally and physically. But it's good to be alive. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth as he drifted into sleep. Han Li sat reclined on the Grandmaster chair where Master Mo used to sit often, holding a book titled Longevity Classic on the cover. But in reality, it contained the oral formulas of the Changchun technique. He was deeply engrossed, seemingly enjoying every bit of it. This book had often been held by Master Mo, which had puzzled Han Li before. Now that he had discovered its secret, he realized that Master Mo hadn't given up hope on him cultivating magical powers, and hadn't fully believed in Yu Zidong's claims about spiritual roots, silently pondering on his own. This scroll of secret techniques was discovered by Han Li along with other items in a hidden compartment. It not only included the oral formulas of the first 6 layers that he had practiced before, but also contained 2 higher-level techniques he had never seen before. This unexpected discovery excited Han Li greatly. Now that he knew he had been practicing the legendary magical power that could control the weather, magical power, he became even more eager for the higher-level techniques of the Changchun technique. After all, who wouldn't want to become an immortal? It was the time when the sun was shining brightly, and the warm sunlight streamed in through the open skylight, casting a comfortable glow on Han Li. He squinted his eyes against the bright sun and casually used the open book to cover his face, blocking the dazzling sunlight. Suddenly, everything went dark, and Han Li felt much more comfortable. This made him feel refreshed, and he silently recited the oral formulas of the 7th layer once again. Recently, he had noticed signs of a breakthrough in his Changchun technique due to continuous consumption of spiritual medicines. He would soon enter the 7th layer, and learning the techniques of the lower layers earlier would be beneficial for breaking through the bottleneck. It had been almost half a year since the day Master Mo took over his body. On the 2nd day after that day, in order to cover up the signs of Master Mo's death, Han Li personally imitated Master Mo's handwriting and wrote a fake letter claiming to return to his hometown to visit relatives. Under the pretext of Master Mo, he handed it to the elder who was in charge of patrols in the sect. The elders didn't seem to doubt it at all because Master Mo had often been absent from the sect due to his collection of medicinal herbs. Although Master Mo was considered a mentor, he had saved the life of the sect leader Wang before, so he was essentially a guest elder, with considerable freedom. However, the elders were still skeptical about Han Li inheriting all of Master Mo's medical skills. Expressing reservations and deciding to test Han Li's real level by letting him treat some junior disciples first. Han Li didn't care about the doubts of the higher-ups about his medical skills. He had always had an indifferent attitude towards treating anyone. The reason he proposed to take over Master Mo's work was mainly because he was attracted to the remote and quiet environment of the Divine Hand Valley and the large medicinal garden inside. If he could continue to stay in the valley and control the entire valley by himself, he could openly use the mysterious small bottles to cultivate rare medicinal herbs without worrying about others discovering the secret. Although the valley was currently only being used by him alone, if Master Mo didn't return for a long time, who knew if those elders would suddenly decide to reclaim it? Therefore, in order to demonstrate his superb medical skills, Han Li worked extra hard to treat disciples every day, even secretly using a large number of precious medicinal herbs he produced daily. As a result, under his already impressive medical skills and the effects of numerous rare medicines, he achieved miraculous cures for almost all patients, gaining a reputation as a miraculous healer throughout the 7 profound sect. This miraculous healing soon made waves throughout the entire sect, and everyone in the sect knew that a young miraculous healer with extraordinary medical skills had emerged. His medical skills were considered even better than those of Master Mo. In fact, Han Li's medical skills were far inferior to Master Mo's. But because Master Mo couldn't afford to squander so many rare medicinal herbs, the effects of his treatments were far from comparable to Han Li's. As a result, when Han Li once again made a severely injured disciple lively and energetic within a few days, the bigwigs above couldn't sit still. Just one day later, they sent someone to invite him. To Han Li's surprise, the one he met this time was Vice Sect leader Ma, who had once met him briefly on the bone-refining cliff. Vice Sect leader Ma had obviously completely forgotten about Han Li, the insignificant registered disciple he had met before. So when he saw him, he explicitly expressed his willingness to let Han Li take over Master Mo's work and enjoy all the benefits that Master Mo originally had. Of course, he couldn't be given the title of mentor yet because Han Li was still too young, only 16 or 17 years old. He couldn't make other mentors respect him. However, his monthly salary was paid according to the standard of a mentor. Finally, Vice Sect leader Ma also said that if there was anything Han Li was dissatisfied with, he could bring it up in person, and they would deal with it accordingly. Han Li knew that as long as his requests weren't too unreasonable, the other party would likely agree, making his original goals easily achievable. However, such generosity was rare within the 7 profound gates. It was evident that the higher-ups understood the significance of a highly skilled divine physician to the martial world. Han Li didn't hesitate to request sole occupancy of the Valley of the Divine Hands and expressed his desire not to be disturbed while he researched medicine within the valley. This seemingly insignificant condition was readily agreed upon by the Horsehead sect master. Perhaps in an attempt to win over Han Li, he even offered to send a young and beautiful maid to attend to his daily needs. Initially tempted by this unexpected offer, Han Li almost accepted but reconsidered, mindful of the many secrets he carried, and politely declined. His refusal earned him admiration from the Horsehead sect master, who praised him for his youth, talent, and lack of obsession with women, even joking that if he had a daughter, she should marry Han Li. These remarks amused Han Li, who was not averse to women, but simply unable to pursue such relationships at present. Thus, the entire Valley of the Divine Hands became Han Li's personal domain, off-limits to outsiders. To enforce this, Han Li placed a large bell at the valley entrance. Anyone wishing to meet him would ring the bell, and he would emerge promptly. This peculiar rule, designed to prevent the leakage of the bottle's secrets, was reluctantly accepted by even the higher-ups. Initially met with disapproval, the rule became accepted as Han Li's medical prowess saved lives. No one dared offend a physician who could potentially save them multiple times. Over time, even the sect masters acquiesced to the rule. They would send someone to politely ring the bell when seeking medical assistance, then respectfully invite Han Li to help. Thus, Han Li gradually became an anomaly within the 7 profound gates. Neither a high-ranking official nor a low-level disciple, he was addressed as Dr. Han by everyone, with few daring to call him by his name. However, there was one exception: senior brother Li Feiyu. Although he maintained his stern demeanor in front of others, he would adopt a casual attitude and address Han Li by name, unaffected by his elevated status. This comforted Han Li, who found solace in his otherwise solitary existence. Recalling Li Feiyu's jovial expression, Han Li couldn't help but think of another familiar face: Wu Yan, a core disciple of the Seven Perfections Hall. Wu Yan had recently sought Han Li's help for an ailment that had stumped other physicians. Despite their past interactions, Wu Yan recognized Han Li immediately and expressed surprise and awkwardness, a memory that still amused Han Li to this day. Observing Wu Yan's discomfort, Han Li treated him without resentment. However, he deliberately increased the dosage of the medicine as a minor punishment for Wu Yan's previous disrespectful behavior. It seemed Han Li was not as forgiving as he had thought. Thus, Han Li gradually replaced Dr. Mo's position on the mountain, even surpassing him in importance. Now, he spent his days cultivating medicine in the valley, using a small bottle to brew miraculous green liquid every 7 or 8 days, which he used to create various remedies. While some of these remedies were used to treat patients, most were consumed by Han Li himself to aid in his cultivation. Shifting slightly in Dr. Mo's chair, now in his own residence, Han Li made himself more comfortable. Despite the larger size of Dr. Mo's quarters, Han Li felt uneasy residing there, given the association with Dr. Mo's death. Instead, he preferred the familiarity and security of his own humble abode. After a while of stillness, Han Li suddenly lifted his right hand, straightening a finger upright, appearing somewhat inexplicable. But soon, at the half-inch high point of Han Li's raised finger, a slight spatial fluctuation occurred, and a few sparks appeared out of nowhere. As soon as the sparks appeared, they immediately crackled and turned into walnut-sized red fireballs in the distorted space. Although the fireball wasn't large, a wave of intense heat accompanied its appearance, spreading throughout the entire room. Han Li still lay motionless with a book covering his face, appearing as if he were asleep, except for the small fireball continuously emitting a crackling sound of high-temperature burning at his fingertip. Compared to his still hand, the small fireball was particularly eye-catching. As time passed, the fireball maintained its extraordinary vitality, showing no signs of extinguishing. However, Han Li finally showed some different reactions. His hand holding the fireball began to tremble slightly, starting with just his fingers, but as time passed, his wrist, entire arm, and even his whole body gradually began to shake. Suddenly, Han Li sat up straight from the armchair, his face still red with exertion. His eyes were fixed on the small fireball at his fingertip, and sweat beads appeared on the exposed skin from his forehead to his neck, making him look as if he had just finished some intense exercise, with heat radiating from his body. After a while, the fireball began to sway amidst Han Li's violent shaking. The flames on it fluctuated between growing larger and smaller, unable to maintain its calmness. Before long, it started to shrink and eventually turned back into sparks, disappearing into the air. As soon as the fireball disappeared, Han Li collapsed back onto the chair, looking extremely exhausted, as if he had just expended a great deal of energy. This fireball technique is really difficult to master. I've been studying it for nearly half a year, yet I still haven't completely grasped its essentials. I've only managed to extend the duration of its appearance by a little bit, Han Li muttered to himself, gazing at the ceiling. It turned out that the final few pages of this longevity technique manual contained several basic spells, clearly intended for novice cultivators, which made Han Li feel like he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. He spent several sleepless nights in excitement. However, he soon realized that despite possessing peak-level 6th-layer longevity technique cultivation, he was as clueless as a beggar holding a golden bowl when it came to spell casting. He didn't understand the basic principles of spell casting, let alone any actual techniques. Nevertheless, he found several spell incantations suitable for beginners, which greatly excited him. The last spells recorded on the pages were Fireball Technique, Mind-Locking Talisman, Wind-Controlled Decision, Object Manipulation Technique, and Heavenly Eye Technique. Each of these incantations was so archaic and obscure that Han Li, despite reading many books, had only a shallow understanding of such matters and couldn't grasp their meanings at once. With no other choice, Han Li delved into various ancient texts, burying himself in piles of books, tirelessly studying the true meaning behind each incantation, scrutinizing and pondering over every word and phrase repeatedly, until he fully understood them without any ambiguity. He knew that if he made a mistake in casting such powerful spells, it could be far more dangerous than chi deviation. Such a mistake might cost him his life. For his own safety, Han Li was cautious and meticulous, not daring to be careless. After 3 months of intensive study, Han Li finally mastered the theoretical aspects of all these incantations, and he began practicing actual spell casting. This hands-on learning experience dealt Han Li a significant blow. He had thought that with his intelligence in learning the blinking sword technique, learning spellcasting shouldn't be too difficult. But to his surprise, he suddenly became incredibly clumsy in this regard. Even though he understood the principles, he couldn't execute the spells correctly. Either his gestures were wrong, or he mispronounced the incantations, or his mana wasn't sufficient, making him appear dull-witted. Han Li was at a loss. If it were just a matter of insufficient mana, he could resolve it by consuming a few more spirit pills. However, it was evident that he couldn't grasp the techniques themselves, indicating that his talent in spellcasting wasn't as good as he had imagined. This was Han Li's conclusion after much hard work. After a long period of hard practice, Han Li finally achieved some success in the Fireball Technique and Heavenly Eye Technique, but he couldn't even touch the threshold of the other 3 spells, achieving no results whatsoever. Feeling disheartened, he focused all his energy on mastering the spells he could currently grasp, harboring some hope for them. Among them, the power of the Fireball Technique exceeded Han Li's expectations. far surpassing what he had anticipated. As for another spell, Divine Eye Technique, after witnessing the extraordinary fireball technique, Han Li also had high expectations for it. However, after casting it, Han Li realized that this spell was just a small technique of using mana on the eyes, with no difficulty at all. It was very simple to master, but its effect was commensurate with its difficulty. It was simply an auxiliary spell used to observe whether a person's body possessed mana and the depth of their mana. At first, Han Li was also very enthusiastic about it, constantly using the Divine Eye Technique on his own eyes, and then using his eyes after casting the spell to observe the condition of his body. As a result, he saw a faint white light enveloping him, and the closer it was to his Danshan, the thicker the white light appeared. It seemed that this was the so-called mana. After seeing it, Han Li couldn't help but reach out and touch the white light, but he didn't feel anything. It seemed that mana was just like true qi, both intangible and formless, and could only be observed under the Divine Eye Technique. However, after using it several times in a row, Han Li completely lost interest in it. Because in the entire 7 profound gate, he was the only one who could be considered half a cultivator. Who would he use the Divine Eye Technique to observe? He couldn't just narcissistically stare at himself all day. So, in addition to intensifying his practice of the fireball technique, hoping to be able to skillfully use it in actual combat, Han Li shifted his interest to several other spells that he had not yet learned, starting from scratch and practicing and experimenting bit by bit, hopping to make further breakthroughs. Thinking about the difficulties of practicing other spells, Han Li, who had recovered some strength, couldn't help but sigh again. He found that since he started practicing spells, he had sighed much more often than before. Dang, dang. A deep bell rang from outside the valley. Han Li frowned. Recently, he didn't know what was going on. It seemed that there were suddenly more people coming to seek medical treatment, and most of them had external injuries such as broken hands and feet, knife wounds, and sword wounds. He couldn't be negligent because saving lives was like fighting a fire. He grabbed his pre-prepared medical kit and left the house, heading straight to the valley entrance. At the exit of the forest outside the valley, Han Li saw a senior disciple dressed in brocade clothes, packing anxiously under the big bell, as if he were an ant on a hot pot. As soon as he saw Han Li, he immediately became delighted and hurriedly approached. "Dr. Han, you're here. My master has been poisoned severely, and it seems like he's on the brink of death. Please hurry and see if you can detoxify him." As this person approached, Han Li realized that he looked familiar. He had seen him a few times before. He was Ma Rong, the proud disciple of Elder Li, ranked 5th in the sect. He had accompanied his master, Elder Li, to Divine Hand Valley and had seen Han Li a few times, so he could be considered a familiar acquaintance. Poisoned? As Han Li hurriedly followed him on the road, he asked about the details inwardly, thinking about whether he still had any poison left on him. Yes, my master got into a fight with a master from the Wild Wolf gang while doing business down the mountain. He accidentally ingested a dark cyan pill from the opponent. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it and even killed the opponent. But as soon as he returned to the mountain, he immediately fell into a coma and hasn't woken up since. Have you consulted other doctors? Of course, we have. If it were an ordinary poisoning, I wouldn't have bothered Dr. Han. Those quack doctors only knew that my master was poisoned with a rare poison and didn't know anything else. They didn't even dare to prescribe a medicine. Ma Rong said disdainfully, showing his dissatisfaction with the other doctors. After listening, Han Li's expression remained unchanged. He just uttered an "oh" and buried himself in the journey with the other person, but he was a bit skeptical in his heart. To be honest, he was not very good at detoxification. If it was about treating internal or external injuries, he relied on a few good medicines and had some confidence. If he had to detoxify some rare and massive poison, he really had no clue. Although he also had a holy medicine called clear spirit powder that could detoxify all poisons, there were countless poisons in the world. Who knew if clear spirit powder would work? Would it be able to detoxify this poison? Moreover, the other doctors on the mountain were not useless people who ate for nothing. They had some unique methods for treating injuries and detoxification. Otherwise, they would have been kicked off the mountain by the several bigwigs in the sect long ago. They cherished their own lives very much and wouldn't keep a bunch of useless people. But now they didn't even dare to prescribe a medicine, indicating that this poison was really tricky, not something ordinary. He could only adapt to the situation and respond accordingly. Even if he couldn't save him, it wouldn't ruin his reputation. After all, no real doctor could cure all diseases and refuse none. It wouldn't have much impact on his status within the sect. Just as Han Li was carefully considering countermeasures, Ma Rong almost half-supported Han Li and hurriedly pulled his sleeve, rushing towards Elder Li's residence. Looking at his hurried appearance, Han Li knew that their master-disciple relationship was indeed very deep. Han Li felt a little sad because he thought of the relationship between himself and Dr. Mo, which was nominally master and disciple, but actually rivals. If their relationship could be as harmonious as Ma Rong's and his master's, that would be great. Deep down, he actually had some respect for Dr. Mo. After all, his strong medical skills and longevity art were all taught by him. But it was a pity that fate played tricks, and heaven destined that the two of them could not coexist in the world. They ended up fighting, and Dr. Mo died unexpectedly at his hands. While Han Li was sighing emotionally, Ma Rong had already led him to Elder Li's residence. Elder Li's residence was neither luxurious nor spacious, just an ordinary civilian house surrounded by a simple courtyard with a 2-meter-high, half-meter-thick earthen wall enclosing it. Through the half-open wooden gate facing the entrance, many visitors could be seen inside the courtyard. Upon entering, Han Li realized that there were actually many more people here than he had seen from outside. They gathered in small groups, whispering about Elder Li's condition. Han Li had heard that Elder Li was one of the few kind-hearted figures in the Seven Profound sect, rarely arguing with junior disciples or colleagues, and never seeking power or profit within the sect. Naturally, he was highly esteemed by everyone, making his popularity surprisingly good. Now that Elder Li was in trouble, those with some status naturally came to visit, whether sincerely or just for appearances' sake, resulting in the scene of so many people gathering. As soon as Han Li entered, he was recognized by the people in the courtyard, and those with lower status, such as guardians, immediately surrounded him, eagerly greeting him. Dr. Han, greetings. Dr. Han is here. The sound of warm greetings filled his ears, impossible to ignore. Seeing the enthusiastic faces, Han Li smiled politely in return, though inwardly he felt somewhat disgusted by these false social niceties. Fortunately, some higher-ranking individuals, such as deputy hall masters and dignitaries, maintained their dignity and simply nodded to Han Li without approaching him. Their behavior earned Han Li's favor, as he was spared from having to greet more people. Marong, being of low status, could only watch anxiously as Han Li engaged in these social exchanges with others. Finally, when Han Li finished greeting the last person, Marong rushed up and grabbed Han Li's arm, pulling him into the house. This brash behavior earned disapproval from those who hoped to establish a relationship with Dr. Han. But Han Li seemed to smile wryly, inwardly pleased to avoid offending more people. Thus, Marong dragged Han Li into the living room. There weren't many people inside, just a few family members, 2 elders, and Vice Master Ma. However, what surprised Han Li was that Li Feiyu was also present. This was quite unexpected for Han Li, as he knew that Li Feiyu had no relationship with Elder Li. Why would he be here? Just as Han Li was full of questions, he saw Li Feiyu standing beside a petite young girl, comforting her. This attentive demeanor was quite different from his usual attitude towards others. It was clear that he was completely ensnared by the girl's charm. Seeing Li Feiyu caught in the girl's web of affection, Han Li suddenly understood and couldn't help feeling surprised and amused. He carefully observed the girl's appearance, curious to see what kind of beauty could captivate Li Feiyu, a reckless and unruly figure. The girl was about 15 or 16 years old, with a jade hairpin adorning her head and wearing a lotus green dress that complemented her petite figure. Her dark hair was tied into 2 braids, giving her already sweet face a mischievous look. However, her eyes were slightly swollen from crying, making her look pitiful and evoking a desire to protect her. She's truly a genuine beauty, Han Li marveled inwardly, feeling a twinge of envy. He wondered when he would have such a confidant. Perhaps noticing Han Li's attention on the girl, Marong hurriedly introduced the people in the room to him. Han Li had already met Vice Master Ma and Elder Kian, so there was no need for further introductions. He immediately greeted them respectfully. Vice Master Ma, Elder Kian, greetings. Dr. Han is here. Vice Master Ma appeared very approachable, not putting on any airs in front of Han Li. Why call me Dr. Han? Why add the little? Han Li couldn't help but silently criticize him. Elder Kyan, on the other hand, nodded indifferently, in stark contrast to Vice Master Ma's attitude. However, Han Li didn't take it to heart, knowing that Elder Kyan practiced a special internal technique that required him to be indifferent to emotions, treating everyone the same. The other elder, a burly man with a red face, was unfamiliar to Han Li. He had never met him before, but his rough palm and sturdy fingers indicated that he had practiced special martial arts. This is Elder Zhao, a close friend of our master. He has been working outside the mountain, overseeing the gathering treasure hall. He only returned to the mountain a few days ago, Merong explained. Elder Zhao responded with a nonchalant grunt and a nod, his eyes showing a strong sense of suspicion towards Han Li, clearly doubting the medical skills of this young doctor they had invited. Since Elder Zhao didn't seem to have a favorable opinion of him, Han Li didn't try to curry favor with him either, simply greeting him with a calm tone and intending to bypass him. Master Ma seemed to sense the tension between the two, but instead of being worried, a faint smile appeared on his face. Young Dr. Han may be young, but his medical skills are absolutely extraordinary. I believe Elder Li will surely be brought back from the brink of death. He suddenly praised Han's medical skills. Is that so? With such a young age, I find it hard to believe he possesses such high medical skills. Does he surpass Dr. Mo? The elder, with a fiery temperament, fell into the trap and expressed his distrust of Han's abilities right in front of him. With this statement, the relatives on the side didn't know how to react. They couldn't agree, as they were relying on this small miracle doctor to detoxify and save a life. It wasn't appropriate to refute, especially since the other elder was a close friend of Elder Li and respected by most as an elder. Elder Zhao might not know, but young Dr. Han is Dr. Mo's favored disciple, and his medical skills have surpassed Dr. Mo's, far beyond. Master Ma added fuel to the fire, pleased with the unfolding drama. Humph, where does Master Ma's Xuan Yin finger come from? Elder Zhao, seemingly unaffected by Master Ma's title, retorted bluntly, showing no respect for his position. Ha, Elder Zhao is mistaken. Master Ma seemed to be one to smile while hiding a knife, not bothered by Elder Zhao's sarcastic tone. Elder Zhao, having faced similar situations before, was helpless and unwilling to continue the confrontation. He just couldn't figure out why Master Ma suddenly provoked him with such words, especially in front of so many juniors. For Han, listening to their sharp exchanges, he remained unfazed, pretending to be oblivious. But in reality, he understood what was going on. Master Ma was once again trying to drive a wedge between him and other high-ranking members. After their first encounter, Master Ma had repeatedly hinted at Han to join his faction, aiming to expand his influence with Han's exceptional medical skills. However, Han had no intention of getting involved in the power struggles of the Seven Profound sect. Han wasn't being arrogant. His encounters with Dr. Mo and Master Yu Zidong had broadened his horizons. The petty power struggles within the seven profound sect no longer interested him. Even if he had to be a man with power, he wouldn't stoop to be under someone like Master Ma, letting him boss him around. Han's strength was not weak now, but he also didn't want to offend Master Ma. Thus, he engaged in a delaying tactic, neither agreeing to join nor completely rejecting the offer, just giving vague responses. This left Master Ma with a headache. Unable to force Han due to his indispensable medical skills, he constantly tried to sabotage Han's interactions with other high-ranking members, stirring up conflicts. Han didn't know if these childish tactics were effective, but so far, no other high-ranking members had bothered him. This unexpected result delighted Han. Now, Master Ma was doing the same thing again, undoubtedly leaving a bad impression on Elder Zhao. Seeing this chicken-fighting situation, Ma Rong felt a little panicked and hurriedly continued the introductions. "This is my master's wife, Mrs. Li." He pointed to a middle-aged woman with a face somewhat similar to the young girl's. This is. The young girl, being the youngest, was introduced last. Her name was Zhang Ziyuer, unexpectedly Elder Li's niece, which surprised Han. When it came to Li Feiyu, he deliberately acted as if he didn't know Han, showing a cold and aloof attitude. This made Ma Rong, who was about to introduce them, feel embarrassed and hurriedly whispered to Han. "Law Protector Li always behaves like this. It's not directed at you, young Dr. Han. Please don't take it to heart." Han smiled faintly, knowing that Li Feiyu didn't want to expose their relationship in front of so many people. "It's nothing. I won't stoop to the level of some people. Let's focus on Elder Li's condition. Saving a life is more important." Han deliberately teased Li Feiyu. Ma Rong relaxed when he heard this, leading everyone into the bedroom where the patient was. After hearing what Han said, Li Feiyu's mouth twitched slightly, seeming indifferent, but when everyone turned away, he suddenly made a face at Han, then immediately resumed his original expression, as if nothing had happened. Han suppressed the amusement in his heart and ignored him, following Mrs. Li's footsteps to Elder Li's bedside. As soon as he saw the patient's face, even the usually brave Han couldn't help but inhale sharply. Only now did he understand why other doctors dared not prescribe medicine. Elder Li, who used to have a kind face, was now unconscious. But from his face to his neck, from his hands to his feet, there were penny-sized poison spots all over, colorful and extremely vivid, shocking to the eye and heart. What troubled Han more was that his lips were turning blue, and his face was shrouded in a layer of black air, indicating deep poisoning. Saving his life would be extremely difficult. Hanley frowned tightly, silent. He had just finished checking the pulse, examining the tongue coating and pupils, and had preliminarily judged that this poison, similar to the entangling fragrance silk he had used, was a mixed poison. To remove each of the various toxins contained within it would be extremely difficult for Han Li. He could only try using clear spirit powder and other unconventional methods. Thinking of this, Han Li cursed at himself inwardly for not daring to detoxify and instead passing the difficult problem to other doctors. He pretended to be contemplating a solution. After a while, Elder Zhao couldn't help but speak up. "You kid. Can you really save Elder Li? Say something." "Elder Zhao, you're too impatient. Can't you see that Dr. Han is trying to figure it out? Be patient." Han Li hadn't responded yet, but Master Ma, beside him, spoke up, ridiculing Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao glared, about to say something, but Han Li coughed lightly, interrupting his intention to speak. With this cough, it caused everyone in the room to look at him in surprise. It was only then that Han Li realized how ridiculous it might seem for someone as young as him to cough like an elderly person. However, he didn't care. The purpose had been achieved. He didn't want to hear the two arguing anymore. This poison is a mixed poison, and detoxification is indeed very troublesome. I can't guarantee 100% success, but it's worth a try. During the detoxification process, there may be some risks, and it may endanger Elder Li's life. Do the gentlemen still want me to proceed? Han Li pretended to be hesitant and said the above words. For him, it would be better if they didn't let him detoxify. He didn't have much confidence. Han Li's words made the family members present exchange glances. No one dared to agree to let him detoxify immediately, but besides Han Li, it seemed that the other doctors were even less capable. After a while, Li's wife suddenly spoke up. "I wonder how confident Dr. Han is in saving my husband." 50%, Han Li said without hesitation. "All right, Dr. Han, go ahead and save him. If my husband really has any mishap, I will never blame you. It's fate." Li's wife showed a determined look, decisively making a decision that surprised Han Li. "Elder sister, are you not considering it carefully? This kid is so young. It seems a bit strange." Elder Zhao was a bit anxious and hurriedly tried to dissuade Li's wife from her impulsive decision. "I have thought it over carefully. If we don't let Dr. Han try to detoxify, my husband probably won't make it through tonight. It's better to take the risk and try. There is still a 50% chance of survival," Li's wife said softly with a touch of sadness. Elder Zhao was speechless. Han Li glanced at the others. Seemingly none of them opposed Li's wife's decision. He took out a blue porcelain bottle from his medicine bag and poured out a red pill. "Who will get a bowl of warm water and dissolve this medicine in it to give to Elder Li?" "I'll go." Han Li's words had just fallen and a crisp voice sounded. Standing beside him, the red-eyed Zhang Ziuer responded, then walked out. Slightly surprised, Li Feiyu immediately followed her, which made Han Li secretly despise Li Feiyu even more. In a short while, Zhang Ziuer returned with an empty hand. Li Feiyu carefully carried a white porcelain bowl and followed behind her. Seeing this scene, everyone in the room couldn't help but smile, with a look of watching a good show. This made Zhang Ziuer blush slightly, feeling a bit at a loss, showing the unmistakable demeanor of a young girl. However, with this, the tense atmosphere in the room was much relieved. and the mood of some people relaxed a lot. Li Feiyu handed the bowl to Li's wife. "Dr. Han, is this bowl of water suitable?" Li's wife turned her head to ask Han Li for his opinion. "It's okay." Han Li glanced at the white bowl and nodded, then reached out to take the bowl and threw the pill into the water, turning the whole bowl of water red in the blink of an eye. "Give it to Elder Lei to drink. You women are more meticulous. It's better for you to do it." Han Li stretched out his hand, handed the bowl back to her, and said. Li's wife answered, busy, not declining. "What kind of medicine is this?" Elder Zhao, watching Li's wife pour a large bowl of red potion into Elder Li's mouth little by little, couldn't help but suppress the question that everyone in the room wanted to know. "A detoxifying medicine I made myself. I hope it will be effective," Han Li said lightly. He didn't want others to know the name of clear spirit powder. Who knows if this kind of miraculous detoxifying medicine will cause him trouble? It's better to keep a low profile. After the medicine was administered, after about the time it took for a meal, the black aura on Elder Li's face began to gradually dissipate. The poison spots on his body also lightened and began to shrink. This obvious change, even a layman knew that the poison on Elder Li's body was gradually reducing, and things were developing in a good direction. Seeing this, everyone in the room couldn't help but smile with joy, and their eyes towards Han Li changed drastically. Only Elder Zhao still couldn't hide his face and snorted disdainfully, but his expression also softened a lot. Seeing that he hadn't taken any other steps, and the poison had already started to recede, Han Li felt a little surprised. Clear spirit powder turned out to be so effective, which was beyond his expectations. Perhaps this poison wasn't as powerful as he had imagined. He couldn't help but think so. Han Li inwardly complained, but in order to maintain his image as a divine physician, he had to put on a confident and smiling appearance without saying a word. Han Li's calm demeanor reassured everyone present, making them think that the efficacy of this pill was within his expectations, and their admiration for him grew even stronger. The head of the Ma family also smiled happily, with a hint of pride in his smile, as if Han Li was already under his control. Perhaps he believed that, for the time being, he was the most likely person to win Han Li over, hence his cheerful demeanor. However, not long after, the situation changed. "Oh no," Zhang Zier exclaimed. "It seems like the black chi on Uncle's face is coming back." This sentence startled everyone present. Several impatient people rushed forward to take a closer look, including Elder Zhao. Upon hearing this, Han Li's heart skipped a beat, but he did not squeeze in with the others to the bedside. However, Li Shi was a thoughtful and observant person. She immediately stopped the two youngsters and asked them to step back from the bed, leaving space for Han Li, the divine physician, to come forward and diagnose. Han Li, seeing that there was space in front of the bed, calmly walked forward to observe. After about half an hour, Han Li finally confirmed that it was not a resurgence of the black chi. but rather that the poison could not be completely cleared, leaving a faint residue of black qi on the face. After reaching this conclusion, Han Li glanced sideways at Zhang Zi'er, feeling that the girl was making a fuss over nothing. Han Li's reproachful gaze went unnoticed by others, but it was noticed by Li Feiyu, who had been focused on Zhang Zi'er all along. He glared back at Han Li, apparently because Han Li had offended his goddess. Han Li was speechless. It seemed that Li Feiyu, who had fallen into the trap of love, was prioritizing romance over friendship. He no longer bothered with this simple-minded fellow who had fallen into the trap of love, and instead refocused his attention on examining Li Changlau's condition. Apart from the black qi not being completely cleared from his face, the poison spots on Li Changlau's body had stopped shrinking and remained the size of soybeans. He was still unconscious due to the remaining poison. Seeing this, Han Li knew that the follow-up measures he had prepared were necessary. He didn't need to worry about covering up the lies he had told earlier. It was a perfect opportunity to demonstrate his foresight. "Go fetch a basin and fill it with clean water," Han Li said decisively. This time, it wasn't Zhang Zi'er's turn to do the task. Ma Rong promptly responded and hurried out to fetch the water. Han Li then turned to Elder Kian and the head of the Ma family and said solemnly, "Now I need your help. Use your internal energy to force the remaining poison in Li Changlau's body into specific acupoints. Then, I will use the golden needle bloodletting technique to remove the poisoned blood. Can you do it?" The head of the Ma family's gaze flickered uncertainly, but he still agreed. Elder Kian nodded coldly, agreeing without hesitation. "Why do we need them? Can't I do it?" Elder Zhao was unhappy, feeling that Han Li was underestimating him. Han Li sighed inwardly, realizing that he had to explain things clearly to this stubborn old man. Elder Zhao's mixed Yuan palm primarily focuses on external martial arts, right? In terms of the purity of internal energy, I still believe that the head of the Ma family and Elder Kian are more suitable, Han Li said in a gentle tone. The other party was speechless at being touched by Han Li's soft approach. Not paying attention to the somewhat disgruntled Elder Zhao, Han Li addressed the others in the room in a commanding tone. Except for the head of the Ma family and Elder Kian, everyone else should leave. The method I'm about to use to detoxify Li Changlao shouldn't be observed by everyone, and the process of treatment requires absolute tranquility, avoiding disturbance. With these words, the people in the room were stunned. However, Lei Shi was the first to understand. She respectfully bowed deeply and said, "Let me take a few people away." Then she quickly left the room, leaving the others in the room to look at each other. When Ma Rong brought in a basin of clean water, Han Li immediately sent him away and closed the door tightly, leaving everyone outside staring at the closed door. As time passed slowly, no one knew how long it had been, but the door to the bedroom remained closed, and there was no sound coming from inside. This unusual calm made everyone waiting for news restless and uneasy. A shadow crept up on everyone's hearts silently, and even Li Shi, who was originally composed, began to feel restless. Not to mention the fiery-tempered elder Zhao, who had already walked countless circles around the living room. Just when everyone waiting in the living room had completely lost patience, with a creak, the door of the bedroom was opened from the inside. All eyes reflexively turned to the door, and the atmosphere immediately became heavy and tense. Han Li, with a tired look on his face, slowly walked out from inside. Seeing the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, he smiled slightly. It's all right now. The remaining poison has been completely removed, and Li Changlao just needs to rest for another night. He will wake up on his own tomorrow. Han Li's words were confident, and in fact, even he himself did not expect the process of removing the residual poison to go so smoothly, without any twists or turns. Upon hearing this good news, everyone, one by one, smiled with joy, and their previously heavy hearts were completely swept away. Several impatient people were about to rush in to see, but Han Li reached out and stopped them. Uncle Li's body is still weak now, and it's not advisable to have too many people making noise. Also, the head of the Ma family and Elder Kian are seriously injured due to expelling the poison and are currently recuperating. I think it's better to have fewer people go in, preferably just Madame Li, Han Li said to Li Shi solemnly. Upon hearing this good news, Li Shi had no other opinions. She nodded hurriedly and agreed, too preoccupied to thank Han Li, and quickly went into the bedroom alone. As soon as Li stepped into the room, she caught a whiff of a foul smell, then saw Master Ma and Elder Kian sitting on either side of the bed, eyes closed in meditation. In the space between them lay a basin of dark blood, emitting the stench. Their faces were pale, indicating they had indeed exerted considerable effort, just as Han Li had mentioned. Li felt a sense of gratitude towards the two men. Though she had no martial arts skills, Li had been exposed to enough to know not to disturb them. She slowed her pace, quietly approaching the bed to look at the person lying on it. There lay Elder Li, peacefully asleep. The pain between his brows vanished without a trace. Although his complexion still showed some signs of illness, the black qi had completely disappeared, leaving only faint traces of the poison marks. It was almost imperceptible. Seeing that the toxicity had indeed been completely removed, Li couldn't help but shed tears of joy. After a while, she wiped away her tears and realized she should go back and thank Han Li properly. She turned and quietly walked back to the living room, but as soon as she stepped outside, she was immediately surrounded by people bombarding her with questions, yet she didn't see Han Li among them. She was surprised and quickly asked about Ma Rong and the others. After hearing their replies, Li learned that Han Li had left after prescribing a tonic, without staying for another moment. Li listened silently for a while, but she had already made up her mind. Once Elder Li recovered, they would personally visit Han Li to express their gratitude for saving his life. Unbeknownst to Li, there was one person missing from the room besides the divine physician Han Li, and that was Li Feiyu, who had been inseparable from Zhang Zuer. On a secluded path, beside a dense tree, Han Li, who had just left Elder Li's house, lay on the grass with his hands as a pillow, leisurely examining the green leaves on a branch. When he counted nearly 1,000 leaves, a dark figure swooped down from the sky towards him, resembling an eagle seizing its prey, exuding an air of deep animosity. Hey, stop fooling around. Every time we meet, why do you always want to fight? I'm not that Zhang Zuer. Han Li's words made the figure agilely turn in midair and land gracefully by Han Li's side. It was none other than Li Feiyu, who had followed closely behind. Han Li, with your scruffy appearance, are you worthy to compare yourself to Miss Zhang? Aren't you just making her uncomfortable? Li Feiyu retorted with a touch of disdain, lightly kicking Han Li's buttocks as a reprimand. Upon hearing this, Han Li rolled his eyes and then stood up with a carp-like movement. It seems that our esteemed senior Li is too focused on love and neglecting friendship. I've chosen my friends poorly. Han Li teased, noticing Li Feiyu's intense infatuation with Zhang Zuer. Stop talking nonsense. Why did you call me here? Do you know how hard it is for me to find an opportunity to get close to Miss Zhang? If you don't give me a satisfactory reason, don't even think about getting away with it. Li Feiyu appeared irritated by Han Li's inexplicable invitation. Did I call you out? I didn't know. Did I say it myself? Han Li pretended to be surprised, exaggerating his reaction. When you came out, your winking expression at me was unmistakable. Anyone with eyes could see it. Stop beating around the bush. If there's nothing important, I'm leaving. Li Feiyu turned to leave, his demeanor making it hard to discern his sincerity. Han Li didn't intend to continue teasing him. His expression suddenly became serious as he said, "Don't blame me for being nosy, but as a friend, I want to ask, does Zhang Zuer know that you've taken the marrow pill and only have a few years left?" Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's face turned extremely pale, devoid of any color, and he remained silent for a long time. Sighing inwardly, Han Li knew there was no need to ask further. The expression on Li Feiyu's face spoke volumes. Why did you have to wake me up like this? Li Feiyu's expression was filled with sadness, and after a while, he spoke painfully. Instead of answering Li Feiyu's question, Han Li gently patted his shoulder in consolation. You've probably heard that the more you invest in a relationship, the more pain you'll endure. Finally, when Li Feiyu's emotions stabilized slightly, Han Li uttered these wise words, leaving Li Feiyu stunned. I brought you out before you were deeply involved. It's to save you from more pain in the future. Han Li added slowly when Li Feiyu's emotions calmed down. Li Feiyu stared at Han Li blankly, his expression somewhat strange. What's wrong? Do you have a problem? Han Li was a little unnerved by Li Feiyu's gaze and quickly looked himself over. How old are you? Why do you talk like you've seen through the world of love and romance, as if you're an experienced player? Have you already experienced the joys and sorrows of love? Li Feiyu suddenly asked. Of course not. These are just things I've read in books. I think they make sense, so I used them to comfort you." "Oh, I see. So that's it. I was wondering. With my elegant and refined appearance, how could I possibly fall behind you in this regard? You're just talking nonsense about insights into life and love." Li Feiyu let out a long sigh, patting his chest as if he had been greatly frightened. Han Li was speechless. This guy had recovered too quickly. Just a moment ago, he was on the verge of death, and now he was joking around again, a highly emotional fellow. Nevertheless, Han Li still wore a determined expression, continuing to probe. "Have you really given up on Miss Zhang? Are you indifferent to seeing her in someone else's arms?" Li Feiyu's playful expression instantly turned ice cold, exuding a murderous aura as he said coldly, "Anyone who dares to touch Miss Zhang, I'll chop off their claws. As for what happens after I die, I don't care and can't control it. But while I'm alive, Miss Zhang belongs to me alone." His words seemed to freeze the air around them. Han Li looked at Li Feiyu's somewhat domineering face, solemnly silent, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, Li Feiyu's momentum abruptly receded, returning to his playful demeanor. He winked at Han Li and exclaimed, "How about that? Wasn't my momentum imposing enough? Like a true hero, making you admire me wholeheartedly, immediately pledging your loyalty." Han Li was left somewhat speechless by these words. He was initially moved by what Li Feiyu said earlier, but then Li Feiyu's subsequent remarks brought him back to reality. Han Li stared at him fiercely for a moment, gritting his teeth, a hero. "I think you look more like a bear." Li Feiyu just laughed heartily, seeming very pleased with himself for momentarily impressing Han Li. Gradually, Han Li regained his composure. Amidst Li Feiyu's laughter, he suddenly spoke calmly. "I've already reminded you before, and you know your situation very well. So, let me ask you again, if you were to dissipate your cultivation, I could extend your life by many years. Wouldn't you reconsider, so you could live with Miss Zhang for a long time?" Li Feiyu's laughter stopped abruptly as his face darkened. He stared intensely at Han Li, but didn't reply. Han Li maintained a calm expression, meeting his gaze with clear eyes. After a cup of tea's time passed, Li Feiyu withdrew the intensity from his gaze, and his expression softened slightly. "Han Li, you know I will never consider voluntarily dissipating my cultivation. I know you mean well, but please don't bring it up again, okay?" He forced a smile, his tone somewhat pleading. "And besides, do you think if I become a powerless nobody, Miss Zhang would still look at me?" There was a hint of self-deprecation in Li Feiyu's words. Han Li fell silent, turning his head to look in the direction Li Feiyu had come from. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a deep voice. "Since you've made up your mind, I won't persuade you anymore. You should go back now. I hope you and Miss Zhang can truly make it work." Upon hearing Han Li's words, Li Feiyu's face immediately lit up with a smile. He vigorously patted Han Li's shoulder a few times. "Good brother, I love hearing those words. They're the happiest words I've heard today. Well, I'll take my leave now." With that, he leaped up, and after a few ups and downs, disappeared at the end of the path, leaving no trace. Ouch, that hurts. Han Li suddenly clutched his shoulder. Li Feiyu's slaps just now were unexpectedly infused with inner strength, causing his shoulder to swell up high, making it as tender as a steamed bun, and he couldn't touch it. That brat to retaliate against me for exposing his weakness, he actually used this method to get back at me. Han Li muttered to himself, while frantically searching his robes for healing medicine and applying it to his shoulder. HMPH, I had a moment of kindness and ended up in this state. I'm really not cut out for doing good deeds. I better go back and comprehend spells. As for this sneak attack, I'll get it back next time we meet. Han Li thought begrudgingly. After that, a long time passed, and Han Li was already 18 years old. During this period, under the constant encroachment of the Wild Wolf Gang, the Seven Profound sect finally declared war on them. As a result, numerous conflicts erupted at the border between the two forces, claiming the lives of many companions who had entered the mountains with Han Li. This left Han Li deeply sighing. The bell outside the valley rang more frequently due to the increasing number of casualties, allowing Han Li to practice many advanced healing techniques, greatly improving his medical skills. However, despite Han Li's miraculous healing, many middle and high-ranking members fell. They either died on the battlefield or succumbed to their injuries halfway through, without even getting a chance for Han Li to treat them. But because of this, many young talents emerged on both sides, taking up the high positions left by the fallen. For example, the 5 fiends, 3 hawks, and 2 panthers of the Wild Wolf Gang, and the 7 heroes of the Seven Profound sect, among whom Li Feiyu was one of the heroes. He had risen to the position of Vice Hall Master of the Outer Blade Hall after personally killing a purple-clothed commander of the enemy, which could be considered a high-ranking position. Furthermore, his relationship with Miss Zhang was also rapidly developing, to the point where they were discussing marriage. Upon learning of this, Han Li could only sigh softly. He didn't know whether Li Feiyu's actions were right or wrong. After all, he was not Li Feiyu and couldn't experience the situation firsthand, so he couldn't judge right from wrong. However, if it were him, he couldn't watch his beloved be taken by someone else. Han Li admitted he wouldn't be able to do it, but knowing that he was about to die and still choosing to marry her, it seemed he didn't have the courage either. Therefore, Han Li could only turn a blind eye. After all, there were different levels of intimacy between people, and Li Feiyu was his good friend, so naturally he had to be slightly biased towards him. Han Li felt perfectly justified in this. Furthermore, another extremely important event happened recently, which occupied most of his attention and prevented him from being distracted by Li Feiyu's affairs. After countless failures, Han Li finally learned how to use the wind control technique. Since mastering the wind control technique, Han Li's interest in the other 2 spells, mind-settling glyph and object-driving spell, grew even stronger. He spent a considerable amount of time and effort on them, hopping to suddenly comprehend them thoroughly one day, just as he did with the wind control technique, experiencing a sudden breakthrough. However, after numerous attempts, Han Li unexpectedly discovered that he couldn't cast these two spells. It might not be his own fault, but rather the external conditions for casting the spells weren't met. The mind-settling glyph, as described in the book, is a type of charm that requires pre-prepared talismans to work. So Han Li had always used nearby yellow paper bought from the town, then followed the symbols in the book to draw what were supposed to be the talismans with a brush. Although the book didn't specify what kind of paint should be used to draw the talisman, he recalled the silver talisman's symbol from Master Mo's, naturally opting for silver powder, a precious luxury. Whether this pigment was effective, Han Li didn't know, but at least from the outside, these homemade talismans looked exactly like the examples in the book. Unfortunately, merely looking alike wasn't enough. When Han Li used the incantation to activate these talismans, the symbols on the talismans didn't emit the dazzling silver light as when Master Mo used them, nor did any other strange phenomenon occur. It could be said that his spell-casting attempt completely failed, leaving him in a dilemma, because he didn't know whether the failure was due to errors in the incantation or my draw gestures, or because the talismans were not successfully made. But things changed after this research. Through in-depth searches of various related materials and books on magical legends, Han Li finally discovered that the talismans used by cultivators were definitely not ordinary paper and paint casually drawn, but rather made from certain specific materials unique to cultivators, possibly requiring some special method during the production process. So even if his Madra gestures were flawless, casting spells would still be impossible. The same goes for the object-driving spell. Han Li used to think that the object-driving spell could be cast with any object as a target, so the objects controlled by the incantation were all common items like furniture or swords, naturally without any effect. But now reminded of the matter with talismans, he realized that what the object-driving spell controlled was definitely not ordinary objects, but specific items used by cultivators. So Han Li regarded the strange things he obtained from Master Mo, including the soul-calling bell and the 7 silver blades used in the 7 ghosts devouring soul great technique, as objects controlled by the object-driving spell, and experimented with them. But unfortunately, none of these items could be successfully cast. This disappointment left Han Li in despair. It seemed that these artifacts were also not what the object-driving spell controlled. It must be something else. Since knowing the rough root cause of the problem, understanding that without the corresponding items, it's impossible to cast the mind-settling glyph and object-driving spell, Han Li shifted his focus away from this, and instead came up with the idea of combining martial arts secrets with several spells, intending to quickly improve his strength and elevate himself in a short time. With this whimsical idea in mind, Han Li began another arduous journey of self-training and quickly achieved some success. After some attempts, he finally integrated the roaming smoke steps and the wind control technique. It's said to be integration, but in fact, it's just casting the wind control technique first and then using the roaming smoke steps afterward. However, the coordination and combination between the two must be well controlled. Otherwise, it's easy to make mistakes, which cost Han Li a lot of effort and energy. But by doing so, he gradually perfected the shortcomings of the wind control technique, which was originally not good at maneuvering and consuming too much energy when using the roaming smoke steps, and made him as elusive as an electric light in the movement and shifting positions, even more elusive in his footwork. Shortly thereafter, Han Li also had his own creative approach to using the fireball technique. Originally, after the appearance of the small fireball of the fireball technique, the caster should rely on his own mana to push the fireball toward the target to kill the enemy. This was the original usage of this technique, but Han Li found it unsatisfactory. Han Li believed that relying on mana to eject the small fireball was too slow. A skilled martial artist could easily dodge it, which greatly limited its usefulness in battles. Therefore, he simply cast only half of the fireball technique, and when the fireball appeared, he didn't eject it, but instead used its property of destroying everything to control it as a short and sharp divine weapon in his hand for use. In this way, with his improved maximum body technique and the high-temperature fireball in his hand, Han Li was now confident that he could easily kill any master. With these dependencies, Han Li finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer worrying about his inadequate strength. Now he could confidently go to Lan Prefecture to detoxify. At this time, Han Li's spring longevity technique had also quietly entered the 8th level by eating Ling pills every day, extending his mana by another section. In terms of the depth of mana alone, Han Li at this time had surpassed Yu Zidong when he was still alive. But in terms of the mastery of spells and actual combat skills, he still couldn't catch up with the former Yu Zidong. After all, when Yu Zidong practiced spells in the family, he had elders to guide him and peers to learn from, much better than Han Li, who was almost completely self-taught. Han Li didn't know all this, and even if he did, he didn't care. He never arrogantly thought that mastering 1 or 2 shallow spells could compete with true cultivators. His current enemies were mainly the martial artists of the mundane world. So Han Li's mood was very good. Just as he was confident and ready to find an excuse to leave the 7 Profound sect, the Wild Wolf gang suddenly proposed to negotiate with the 7 Profound sect. This news caused a stir within the 7 Profound sect. It's known that recently, the Wild Wolf gang had been gaining the upper hand in conflicts, suppressing the 7 Profound sect. In such a favorable situation, why would they suddenly propose negotiations? Could there be some trickery involved? This raised many suspicions. For a while, voices both for and against negotiations and different opinions from various high-level figures arose within the 7 Profound sect, including strong opposition from Li Feiyu. As the voices of those in favor and against were about the same, unable to argue which was better, the final decision was made by the sect leader, Wang, to first negotiate with the other party. If the conditions weren't too unreasonable, they would shake hands and make peace. If they were too harsh, they would continue to fight. Although this compromise couldn't satisfy both sides, it was the only compromise, and they could only do so. After several negotiations between the Seven Profound sect and the Wild Wolf gang, a border area called Falling Sand Slope was mutually recognized by both sides as the negotiation location. As for the personnel participating in the negotiation, the Wild Wolf gang strongly insisted that it must be attended by a leader from both sides to demonstrate mutual sincerity. Otherwise, there was simply no need for this negotiation. This condition didn't cause much commotion on the Seven Profound sect's side when it was proposed, because it was a normal negotiating condition. Of course, the real top leader would never put themselves in danger. At most, the Seven Profound sect would send a deputy sect leader, and the other side would also send a corresponding deputy gang leader to uphold appearances. So, this condition wasn't a problem. Thus, both sides agreed on the specific date of the negotiation, and on that day, both sides would send a team of over 100 people to participate in the meeting. To prevent any ambushes during the negotiation, the Seven Profound sect made meticulous arrangements for the personnel and backup involved in the negotiation. Not only was the negotiation team led by the sect's second-in-command, Vice Master Wu, but all of the nearly 100 members of the team were top-notch experts within the sect. Most of these individuals were core members, such as protectors and consecrators, with several elders and hall masters accompanying them, making for a luxurious lineup. With such a team of experts, even if the entire elite force of the Wild Wolf gang were to come out, it would surely not stop their progress. The Seven Profound sect was confident in this arrangement. In this way, in case of any danger, the negotiators could rely on their strong martial arts skills to quickly break through and return to their territory. There, several teams of elite disciples from the Blood Blade Hall would be responsible for receiving them, ensuring their safe retreat. Li Feiyu also volunteered to participate. For someone with a short life expectancy like him, the more dangerous the place, the more eager he was to go. So the team, which almost accounted for nearly half of the Seven Profound sect's experts, finally set off from the mountain a few days before the negotiation. This round trip would take at least half a month, making it a truly long period of time. Han Li didn't pay much attention to this. For him, whether the negotiation succeeded or failed didn't matter. Because he was about to leave this place and venture into the outside world, the rise and fall of the Seven Profound sect had little relevance to him. As long as it didn't involve him personally, he was too lazy to bother with these matters. So, during the few days before the negotiation team left, he calmly cultivated the medicinal herbs he needed and began collecting seeds of precious medicinal plants for later use. Han Li had already decided that when the negotiation team returned, he would formally bid farewell to the several sect masters. If the high-ranking officials didn't know what's good for them and refused to let him go, he didn't mind revealing his true strength in front of them, putting an end to any further thoughts they might have. In fact, quietly slipping away without being noticed was the easiest way. But Han Li was worried that if they couldn't find him, they might cause trouble for his family. So, it was necessary to bid farewell to the high-ranking officials openly and intimidate them with his strength, ensuring his safe departure. As for the excuse for leaving, Han Li had already thought about it. He would say he missed Master Mo and wanted to find another master. Whether the other party believed it or not was of no concern to Han Li. With absolute strength as a backing, would he still fear that the other party had other intentions? Whenever Han Li thought of this, a cold smile would appear at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, if he wanted to take the lives of several sect masters, it would be as simple as turning over his hand. Of course, he only thought about it and wouldn't actually do it. But what Han Li never expected was that, on the fourth night after the negotiation team left, a ragged, dusty figure suddenly burst into his room. With bloodshot eyes and cracked lips, he hoarsely said one sentence to him. "The negotiation team is finished. Vice Master Wu is dead, and so are the protectors, consecrators, and several elders. Almost all of them are dead." Han Li was stunned upon hearing this. Before he could even ask, a shrill whistle suddenly sounded from somewhere on the mountain. Bang! Immediately followed by a muffled sound of a gong. Dang, dang. Ding, ding. Bang, bang. Various warning sounds sounded simultaneously, followed by countless shouts and screams echoing throughout the mountain, interspersed with the clashing of weapons. It seemed that in this instant, the entire Kehua Mountain turned into a massive battlefield. Han Li's expression changed, and he didn't have time to listen to the person in front of him continue speaking. With a flicker, he was already outside the house. He glanced around and found the tallest building. With a slight stomp, he was already on the rooftop, looking out towards the valley. His expression was not good, appearing somewhat gloomy. Because not far away, flames were soaring into the sky, figures were swarming, and flashes of blades and swords were constantly flickering. Everywhere was filled with the chaotic sounds of battle, alarms, and angry shouts merging into a chaotic cacophony. He heard the sound of wind behind him and asked without turning his head, "Li Feiyu, is it the Wild Wolf Gang?" However, how did they break through the outer perimeter guards on the mountain? When we fled back to the mountain, we had already instructed the guards along the way to be on high alert. Li Feiyu muttered to himself with doubt. There's nothing strange about that. Wild Wolf Gang must have planned this large-scale attack for a long time. It's easy for them to insert a few spies in the outer perimeters. With these insiders leading the way, it's quite common for the guard posts to be silently taken down by them, Han Li said calmly. But it's impossible for Wild Wolf Gang to easily take down all the branch halls. I estimate they want to encircle all the peaks where the branch halls are located, and then concentrate other experts to attack the main hall on Sunset Peak. As long as they can capture or kill the core figures of our sect, the other branch halls will collapse on their own, he continued. What should we do now? Should we go to Sunset Peak? Li Feiyu asked impatiently. Han Li fell silent for a moment before turning to Li Feiyu and said in a deep voice, "You haven't told me how so many experts in the negotiation team were all wiped out. Wild Wolf Gang shouldn't have such great strength." Li Feiyu's muscles twitched slightly upon hearing this, and he licked his chapped lips before speaking with a bitter smile. They used a large number of repeating crossbows, all of them military-grade enhanced crossbows. Military-grade repeating crossbows. Yes. At that time, we had only left the mountain for 2 days and were walking on a grassy plain. Because we were still within our territory, everyone was relaxed. Suddenly, countless members of the Wild Wolf Gang emerged from the ground around us, each with a heavy crossbow. Then a barrage of arrows rained down upon us. The density of the arrows caused most of the disciples with weaker martial skills to die under the onslaught. Only a few with high martial skills or good luck managed to escape, albeit with injuries. I was one of the lucky ones. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it back. After the arrow barrage, their experts attacked, and we were plunged into a bitter battle. In order to increase our chances of survival, we decided to split up and break through individually. It was fortunate for me that I wasn't considered a high-priority target, so there weren't many pursuers after me, and my martial skills didn't seem impressive. But when I tried to return, I found that the bases along the way, where we were supposed to be stationed, had already been taken over by members of the Wild Wolf Gang, waiting to trap those of us who had slipped through the net. After being tricked once or twice, I dared not seek help anymore. Curious about the situation of the others, I ambushed a law enforcement member of the Wild Wolf Gang later and learned from him that Master Wu and several elders had been surrounded and killed by numerous experts from the enemy. Only a few of us, who weren't considered important targets but had decent martial skills, managed to escape. After learning this news, I didn't dare to delay for a moment and rushed back to the mountain. On the way, I accidentally encountered 2 other law enforcement members who had escaped like me, so we fled together for a day and a night until we finally returned to the mountain. As soon as I returned here, the 2 law enforcement members went to Sunset Peak to inform Master Wang of the negotiation team's annihilation. I made up an excuse of needing to heal my injuries and secretly came to you to discuss our next move. You know, with Master Wu and so many others dead in the ambush, and only a few of us, who are neither high nor low in status but managed to escape back, I'm worried that we'll be scapegoated for this. Who knows if those above will vent their anger on us and treat us as scapegoats. Now, before I even tell you about this, the people from Wild Wolf Gang are already here. What should we do now? Li Feiyu finished his long explanation, looking somewhat helpless. Han Li furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment. The sounds of battle outside the mountain grew more intense, occasionally punctuated by the wails of the dying, sending shivers down one's spine. Do you still have subordinates on the mountain? Han Li's voice became very low. Yes, I have more than 20 subordinates, all stationed near Elder Li's house. I originally planned to wait for the negotiation team to return before taking them out of the mountain for business, Li Feiyu replied. All right, let's go to Elder Lee's residence first, gather these people together, and then meet with Miss Zhang Zier and Elder Lee. As for the next step, we'll decide after understanding the situation, Han Li said calmly and rationally. It's okay, I'll follow your lead. Now that it's so chaotic outside, I'm really worried about Zier. Li Feiyu grew nervous. Han Li glanced at Li Feiyu, unsure of what to make of him. On one hand, he showed extreme concern for Zhang Zier, and on the other hand, knowing that his life was short, he still insisted on marrying her, practically ensuring she would become a widow. What a contradictory guy, Han Li thought to himself, silently giving his friend an unflattering assessment. Ignoring Li Feiyu, who had suddenly turned into a lovesick fool, Han Li went back into the house and swiftly began to gather essential items. Ready. Seeing Han Li emerge from the house, Lei Feiyu immediately urged impatiently. Han Li didn't give Lei Feiyu a friendly look, instead giving him a glare before walking to another smaller house. Speaking through the tightly closed door, he said coldly, "Kun, come out. We need you tonight." Before Han Li's words could even finish, with a loud bang, the wooden door shattered as if it were made of paper, and amidst the flying wood chips, a huge figure emerged from within. Lei Feiyu's eyes widened, staring at the monstrous figure before him, shrouded in a cloak that hid his face, leaving him dumbfounded. Silently, the giant walked behind Han Li. "Let's go," Han Li said with a smile, now urging Lei Feiyu forward, who seemed lost in a daze. Oh, Lei Feiyu finally snapped out of it. With a strange look, he glanced at Han Li and then at the giant, tightly sealing his lips, leading the way out of the valley without a word. Han Li watched Lei Feiyu's back with a slight smile, then quickly caught up with him. Kun, the giant, followed closely behind, never leaving his side. Han Li was very satisfied with Lei Feiyu's tactfulness, knowing that their mutual respect for each other's privacy allowed them to form such a strong bond of friendship. The pace of the group was fast, and in no time they arrived near the valley entrance. As Lei Feiyu raised his foot to enter the woods, Han Li suddenly reached out his right hand, grabbing his shoulder and stopping him from moving forward. "What's wrong?" Lei Feiyu asked in confusion, feeling somewhat disgruntled. After all, he was anxious at the moment. "Someone's coming, more than one person," Han Li said calmly. Lei Feiyu was surprised and quickly listened intently, but after a while, he heard nothing. He looked at Han Li with a puzzled expression, but Han Li remained composed, offering no explanation. Lei Feiyu was about to speak, but Han Li suddenly raised a finger to his lips, signaling him to keep quiet. Furrowing his brows, Lei Feiyu, though reluctant, chose to obey, refraining from speaking further. After a while, Lei Feiyu's expression turned serious as he turned to look at Han Li in astonishment. He finally heard the sound of many footsteps outside the valley, confirming that indeed there were many people approaching. "Sun law enforcement. There's a big clock at the edge of this forest, along with a path. It seems this is the Divine Hand Valley that the deputy chief mentioned. A burly voice came from the other side of the woods. Well, according to the map and this big clock, this should be the place. Remember, the chief has given strict orders to only capture the divine doctor inside the valley alive. No one is allowed to harm them, or they will be dealt with according to the rules of the gang. Understand? Another voice, sharp and commanding like a rooster crowing, ordered. Yes. Yes. A series of obedient voices followed, indicating that there were at least a dozen people, each with considerable strength. Except for one in blue, all the others are elite members of the Wolf Gang. The one in blue is equivalent to our sect's protector, while the elite members are similar to our inner disciples, Lei Feiyu whispered, lowering his voice as he approached Han Li, explaining quietly. Lei Feiyu knew that his good friend Han Li had never cared about the situation of their rival faction. Therefore, without bothering to ask why he could hear the footsteps so early, he directly explained the identity of the enemies, hopping to make him aware and not be complacent. Han Li understood Lei Feiyu's intention and smiled slightly, not saying anything, but from his expression, it seemed that he didn't care. However, Lei Feiyu became a little anxious. With my current strength, I can handle the one in blue alone, but with the addition of other enemies, I'm definitely not a match. I know you have many tricks up your sleeve. Please, quickly come up with a plan. Otherwise, it will be too late. Lei Feiyu spoke quickly and urgently, feeling the pressure as the approaching enemies entered the woods and began to move toward Han Li and the others. How about we hide for now and evade the enemy's edge? Lei Feiyu suggested a seemingly good idea, but unfortunately, Han Li had no intention of adopting it. Hun, besides capturing the one in blue alive, kill all the others in the woods. Han Li suddenly turned his head, giving a cold order to the giant behind him. What? Lei Feiyu was taken aback by these words. But before he could react, the giant behind Han Li had turned into a gust of wind, rushing into the woods. Soon, amidst the darkness of the forest, the sounds of screams and cries from the members of the wolf gang rang out. So, who is it? Not good, we're being ambushed. What kind of monster is this? The cries and screams from the forest rose for a moment, then gradually subsided, and not long after, everything fell completely silent. Lei Feiyu stared at the woods in disbelief, his face filled with incredulity. The giant man walked out of the woods as if he were holding a little chicken, with a blue-clothed man dangling from his hand. His body was stained with quite a bit of blood, and the sporadic bloodstains looked as bright and eye-catching as peach blossoms against his green robe. Li Feiyu gasped. The giant man took a few steps forward and tossed the blue-clothed man to the ground in front of them. Immediately, a pungent smell of blood filled the air, making Li Feiyu's face pale. Unconsciously, he took half a step back, adopting a defensive posture. Ignoring Li Feiyu's cautious move, the giant man took another step forward and returned to stand silently behind Han Li, as if he had never left. Only then did Li Feiyu breathe a sigh of relief, retracting his defensive stance. He looked at the blue-clothed man on the ground, then at Han Li, who remained composed throughout the ordeal, and suddenly chuckled. I wondered why you were so calm and collected. Turns out you had such a powerful ally by your side. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You had me on edge for nothing, Li Feiyu said casually on the surface, but inwardly he began to speculate about the relationship between Han Li and the giant man. Han Li could see through Li Feiyu's thoughts but had no intention of explaining. He wore a smile that seemed both genuine and inscrutable, and leisurely said, "This blue-clothed officer likely knows a lot of information. Which one of us should interrogate him? I think you, as the Master Li, would be more proficient in this. I'll leave it to you." Li Feiyu, sensing Han Li's attempt to change the subject and the lack of introduction of the giant man to him, felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, he was also very interested in interrogating the officer, so he readily agreed. Picking up the unconscious, blue-clothed man, Li Feiyu swiftly disappeared into the woods, beginning his interrogation. Meanwhile, Han Li sat down on the grass, taking it easy. Before long, Li Feiyu emerged from the woods with a gloomy expression. Why so soon? Did you get any useful information? Han Li didn't stand up but raised an eyebrow, asking directly. HMPH, the guy is a cowardly rat. I barely touched him and he spilled everything. There are 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first? Li Feiyu said with annoyance. Let's start with the good news. It might lighten the mood a bit, Han Li replied indifferently. The good news is that your guess about the Wolf Gang's plan was spot on. They've indeed trapped the other mountain peaks and focused all their forces on attacking the Sunset Peak. They've reportedly captured several checkpoints already, Li Feiyu said nonchalantly, seeming unconcerned about the safety of the higher-ups. Since the good news is like that, I can already imagine how bad the bad news is, Han Li mused, scratching his nose. You're right. The bad news is that besides the Wolf Gang, there are also several other small and medium-sized gangs attacking the mountain. It seems our sect is really in deep trouble, Li Feiyu said, surprising even Han Li with the unexpected information. Ignoring the news for a moment, Han Li immediately made a judgment. Forget about the number of attackers. It's more important to ensure the safety of your lover and your subordinates. Since chaos reigns outside, let's leave quickly. Li Feiyu nodded in agreement, relieved that Han Li had proposed a plan that matched his wishes. What about that guy? How did you deal with him? Han Li suddenly asked. I silenced him. Can't take him with us, can I? Li Feiyu said indifferently. Han Li chuckled upon hearing this, propping himself up with one hand and floating up from the grass. Let's go, try to avoid the enemy as much as possible. If we can't avoid them, just kill anyone who discovers us. No need to show mercy. Otherwise, their numbers will only increase, Han Li said casually, but his words carried a hint of murderous intent. Several miles away from the Valley of the Divine Hand, in Elder Lee's courtyard, was packed with people. Among them were men and women, young and old, all murmuring anxiously. The contrast between them and the 20 or so young men in black guarding the vicinity made them stand out even more. In the living room of the house, two people were arguing. "I disagree with sending people outside. Our defenses here are already weak. Sending more people out will only make us more vulnerable." "Absolutely not." A middle-aged, pot-bellied man sprayed saliva as he vehemently opposed something. "But we don't know what's happening outside. Sending someone to investigate is better than being completely in the dark." "It's too passive," argued Ma Rong, Elder Lee's favored disciple. "Whether it's happening outside has nothing to do with me. Our safety here is the most important. Dare you defy orders?" The pot-bellied man blinked his small eyes, suddenly pulling out a golden waist plate from his chest and waving it in front of Ma Rong, his face full of arrogance. "This token is the personal emblem of Master Wangman, with which one can temporarily command disciples below the elders. The fat man holding it is a trusted confidant of Master Wangman, rumored to be his close cousin. Therefore, any messages or orders from Master Wangman are conveyed through him." Not long ago, this man was hastily given this token by Master Wangman to summon Elder Lee for a discussion on the mountain. However, after delivering the order, he felt it was too exhausting to descend from Sunset Peak and immediately rush back up. Relying on his favor, he insisted on staying at Lee's residence for a while to rest before returning to the peak. Helpless, Elder Lee had to agree, but he didn't dare delay. He hurriedly went to Sunset Peak with Zhang Zuer and several other disciples. Shortly after, a major incident occurred on the mountain. Being extremely timid, the fat man naturally refused to go back alone. The people in the courtyard were mostly family members of the 7 Xuanmen disciples living nearby. Most of them had no martial arts skills, so when chaos erupted, they panicked and didn't know what to do. Fortunately, Ma Rong was quick-witted. He promptly requested the help of over 20 subordinates left behind by Li Feiyu to gather these people together, preventing them from wandering aimlessly in the dark and encountering any mishaps. Because this place was relatively remote, nestled in a mountain hollow, although they heard alarms and cries for help, the people here were unaware of the specific events happening outside. After managing everything, Ma Rong planned to send some people to gather information outside. However, the fat man, who knew nothing of martial arts, suddenly appeared and not only stopped the investigation, but also usurped Ma Rong's command over these foreign disciples using the token. He then intended to stay put here, doing nothing like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Ma Rong understood the importance of understanding the enemy's situation. He argued with the fat man several times, but each time, the fat man, who was extremely afraid of death, suppressed him with Master Wangman's token. He even forbade Ma Rong from personally investigating, treating Ma Rong as a tool for his own survival. Thus, Ma Rong was frantic in the living room, feeling as helpless as ants on a hot pan, unable to do anything about the fat man who understood nothing. He knew that disobeying orders and acting without authorization in the 7 Xiuan men were serious crimes, ranging from being expelled from the sect to being executed by a blade. So even though he knew something earth-shattering was happening outside, and the sect might be facing a life-or-death situation, he couldn't move from here. While Ma Rong was wishing he could just slap the so-called superior in front of him to death, Han Li and Li Feiyu were completely unaware of what was happening here, still rushing here at full speed. On the way, they encountered signs of the enemy. They avoided them as much as possible, trying to conceal their tracks until they were only a mile away from Elder Li's residence, where they were suddenly met head-on by a group of people in blue clothes, unable to hide their figures anymore, and finally had their first direct confrontation with the enemy. Now, a dozen or so blue-clothed men with steel knives surrounded them from all sides, trapping them in the middle. From their walking styles, most of the men with a white line embroidered on their sleeves had the worst martial arts skills. The 2 men with 2 white lines on their sleeves were much better, but the highest was the man with 3 white lines and a scar on his face, who was obviously the leader of this group. The scarred man at the front was carefully observing the few people trapped by his subordinates, feeling somewhat puzzled. This was understandable. Among these people, Li Feiyu was currently disheveled, dirty, and torn, looking like a mountain laborer, while Han Li seemed lifeless, with dark skin, resembling a rural farmer who knew nothing of martial arts. The only one who could pose a threat to them was the tall figure wearing a bamboo hat, covered in bloodstains, known as Kun. These 3 odd individuals standing together even made the leader, who considered himself an experienced figure in the martial world, feel perplexed. He signaled to his subordinates to be on guard, then shouted loudly at the opposite side, "Whoever you are, 7 Xiuan men is finished now. Surrender, and I might spare your lives." Han Li smiled and turned to Li Feiyu, saying, "Who will make a move? You or Kun?" Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's eyes flashed with fierceness, and he said in a stern voice, "From the attire, these people should be low-level disciples of the Duanshui sect. I've been chased by the Wild Wolf gang for so long. Let me vent my anger on them first. Besides, I could use their weapons." Having said that, he dashed out like a rainbow, instantly reaching the nearest blue-clothed man. The man was taken aback. Just as he was about to wield his steel knife, he felt a lightness in his hand, and the knife was already in the hands of the enemy in front of him. He hastily retreated in panic, but it was too late. After a flash of white light in front of his eyes, he was decapitated. Li Feiyu's series of actions were clean and efficient, as fast as lightning. Before the other Duanshui sect disciples could react, he had already taken the knives and killed someone. The remaining men's faces changed dramatically, especially the scarred leader, who was the most skilled among them. He felt the heaviest sinking in his heart. He knew very well that they had encountered an extraordinary master, far beyond their abilities to contend with. Therefore, he decisively ordered retreat, everyone. "Whoever can run, run. Send a signal quickly. call for reinforcements from the experts. The sentence alerted other Qing people. In an instant, they scattered in all directions, some even running while reaching into their pockets, presumably to retrieve the so-called signal. Among them, one Qing person with 2 white lines embroidered on his robe ran the fastest, escaping several yards away in just a few steps. He felt a sense of relief, thinking he might survive, but suddenly felt a cold sensation on the back of his neck. A half-inch-long sword tip shot out from his throat, then disappeared without a trace. He was horrified, trying to scream but finding himself powerless, his body going limp as he collapsed to the ground, unable to move. It was then he realized he had been stabbed from behind. He couldn't understand why he died so quickly despite having fled so far. With great effort, he turned his head to see his final moments. A dark figure appearing behind a Qing person who had run the farthest, effortlessly striking with a sword before vanishing again, only to reappear behind another fellow Qing member, repeating the process. Witnessing this, the Qing person smiled calmly as he knew he wouldn't be alone in death. Many would soon join him, as the ghostly figure wouldn't spare any of them. Jia Tianlong, the Golden Wolf, was filled with confidence at this moment. His usually pale and dismal face showed a hint of blush due to excitement. And no wonder the perennial enemy of the Wild Wolf Gang, the 7 Profound Sect, was about to fall under his careful calculations, alive and kicking right before him. As the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, how could he not be proud? He stood now on the slope of Sunset Peak, originally a lookout point for the 7 Profound Sect. Surrounding him were many red cloak iron guards of the Wild Wolf Gang. These 50 or 60 iron guards were carefully trained by him with great effort, not only skilled in martial arts, but also loyal to him without a doubt. These people had always been treasured by him, usually not used in everyday conflicts. But now, he brought them all with him to completely intimidate the restless factions of the smaller gangs. Otherwise, leaders of factions like the Iron Spear sect and the Broken Water sect would not have obediently bowed their heads like this. After all, these gangs never wanted the Wild Wolf Gang to dominate alone. They preferred the perpetual struggle or balance between the 2 major powers, so they could survive in between. If it weren't for Jia Tianlong's lightning-fast move, suddenly controlling all the families and children of these leaders, combined with promising hefty rewards, these smaller gangs would have turned against him long ago. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance back at the dozen or so leaders of the smaller gangs standing not far behind him. These people all looked downcast. Seeing Jia Tianlong looking over, they either glared back in anger or avoided eye contact altogether. Seeing this situation, Jia Tianlong sneered coldly. After turning his head back, his mind couldn't help but start considering plans to take down the 7 Profound Sect, and then how to merge these smaller gangs afterward. In front of Jia Tianlong, nearly 1,000 people wearing various clothes and wielding various weapons were swarming to attack a lookout of the 7 Profound Sect. These people were in disarray, not paying attention to any coordination, resulting in considerable casualties. But Jia Tianlong didn't care because these attackers were not from his wild wolf gang. They were members of the Iron Spear sect, the Broken Water sect, and other factions. He didn't expect these people to take down Sunset Peak, the last and most dangerous checkpoint. He just wanted them to consume the energy of the guards stationed there, so he could send his elite troops to finish the job. Thinking of those military-grade repeating crossbows, a hint of joy appeared on Jia Tianlong's delicate face. The fact that the Wild Wolf Gang could easily gain the upper hand, this time was largely due to these killing weapons in the army. Otherwise, not only would it be impossible to annihilate the negotiating team of the opponent, but the Wild Wolf Gang would also suffer a lot of losses in front of Sunset Peak, which would greatly undermine his plan to merge the smaller gangs in the future. These batches of military crossbows did not cost Jia Tianlong a penny. They fell into his hands as if from the sky. Every time Jia Tianlong thought of this, he felt relieved. It was 3 months ago when he was planning this operation at headquarters. Suddenly, a military officer claiming to be his relative wanted to see him. He was surprised and met the man, who turned out to be his cousin. It turned out that more than 10 years ago, when the predecessor of the Wild Wolf Gang was still a bandit, a group of people had been recruited by the government. This cousin of his was among them. After so many years, this cousin of his unexpectedly rose to the position of a deputy general. Now, this deputy general happened to be escorting a batch of supplies to a border town in Jingzhou. He just happened to pass by here and naturally wanted to visit his cousin, the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang. When the two met, they naturally exchanged greetings and then chatted about their experiences over the years. When Jia Tianlong mentioned the recent conflicts and battles with the Seven Profound sect, the cousin arrogantly said it was nothing. As long as he had over 100 repeating crossbows, he could wipe out everyone in the Seven Profound sect from top to bottom. The speaker had no intention, but the listener took it seriously. Jia Tianlong was moved and tentatively asked if his cousin could provide him with some repeating crossbows. With a faint smile, the cousin frankly told Jia Tianlong that there were indeed many repeating crossbows in the supplies he was transporting, and he could provide them, but he needed some silver to keep the receiving officer's mouth shut, and he couldn't provide too many. Jia Tianlong was overjoyed and immediately spent over 20,000 taels of silver to exchange for more than 300 repeating crossbows from his cousin. He handed them over to his trusted men for careful use, which led to a series of victories in the past few days. Broken through. Broken through. A deafening roar awakened Jia Tianlong from his contemplation. He was somewhat surprised and quickly raised his head to look at the mountain peak. He saw that the lookout, originally adorned with the flag of the Seven Profound sect, was now crowded with people from the smaller gangs. It had indeed been breached. Jia Tianlong frowned. He felt something was amiss. Judging by the defense intensity of the previous checkpoints, this last one should have been more difficult to attack. How could it have been taken down by these ragtag troops so quickly? Could there be some conspiracy? His expression darkened. Anyone familiar with Jia Tianlong knew that this was a sign of his displeasure. If anyone dared to offend him at this moment, it would be difficult for that person to survive. "Hey, since it's broken through, why aren't we leaving?" A voice like a broken gong sounded, lacking any respect for this Jia gang leader. Normally, Jia Tianlong should have been furious, but at this moment he turned to face the speaker, answering respectfully, "Master Zhang, I feel that the breach this time is somewhat suspicious. There may be a trap set up. It's better to be cautious." The speaker stood at the side of Jia Tianlong, a dwarf about 3 feet tall. The dwarf in his 40s was thin and wore a red robe embroidered with golden threads. He had gold rings on his fingers and neck, along with thick gold chains and bells tied around his waist. When he spoke, his mouth sparkled with gold, suggesting he had gold teeth. His appearance resembled that of a wealthy country landlord. He wore an impatient expression, clearly displeased with Jia Tianlong's cautiousness. Despite his disrespectful attitude towards Jia Tianlong, the loyal iron guards nearby couldn't help but glare at the dwarf. However, the dwarf sneered at their disapproval, showing no concern. Instead, he arrogantly addressed Jia Tianlong, saying, "Jia Master, you spent 3,000 taels of gold to invite me from the distant Golden Light Temple. Surely, you didn't just bring me here to watch overnight. If there's anyone you want me to deal with, speak up now. I hope it's not just the leader of the 7 Mysteries Gate. You can handle such weak opponents yourself, right? Is it worth spending so much gold to hire me? Even if it's just the leader of the 7 Mysteries Gate, I don't need Master Xian's help. What I've invited Master Xian to deal with are the 3 senior uncles of the 7 Mysteries Gate's leader. Although these 3 have claimed to be deceased, they've been secretly residing in a hidden chamber on Sunset Peak, undergoing a life-and-death trial. Their cultivation has probably reached the transcendence realm, and they are formidable opponents that ordinary experts cannot contend with. They are currently the 7 Mysteries Gate's greatest reliance, and only by asking Master Xian for help can we deal with them," Jia Tianlong said humbly, showing no disrespect. Jia Tianlong had met this red-robed dwarf by chance in a nearby Taoist temple. The man, who called himself the Golden Light Master, possessed immense magical powers. He personally demonstrated the art of flying swords and the invincible body technique. Witnessing this, Jia Tianlong was deeply impressed and sought a close relationship with him. Upon learning of the man's obsession with gold, Jia Tianlong immediately offered him a substantial amount of gold and flattered him, finally winning his favor and securing his assistance. Therefore, Jia Tianlong treated the dwarf with the utmost respect, concealing any disdain he might have felt towards his arrogance. He was well aware that the Golden Light Master was not someone his small wild wolf gang could oppose. Upon hearing Jia Tianlong's words, the Golden Light Master burst into laughter. After the laughter subsided, he arrogantly said, "Just a few ordinary people. Leave them to me. Even if they have high cultivation and strong martial skills, they are no match for my flying sword technique. You can rest assured." Then I'll trouble Master Xian. I won't renege on the promised reward, and after the matter is settled, I'm willing to offer another 2,000 taels of gold as a reward, Jia Tianlong said happily, increasing the stakes. He knew it was best to speak with gold when dealing with someone like the Golden Light Master. Upon hearing this, the Golden Light Master, with a dry and wrinkled face, showed a hint of a smile, clearly appreciating Jia Tianlong's understanding. With the assurance of the Golden Light Master, Jia Tianlong no longer hesitated and immediately ordered the members of the Wild Wolf gang to advance to the summit of Sunset Peak and prepare to attack the Seven Mysteries Gate's main hall. The Seven Mysteries Hall. As there were too many people surging onto the peak, Jia Tianlong and his iron guards had to make great efforts to reach the stone hall. Although it was dark, and the details of the stone halls were not clear due to the dim light of the torches, their black, towering, grand, and magnificent presence was enough to intimidate the Wild Wolf gang and the members of other small and medium-sized gangs who had just arrived. For a moment, they did not immediately attack, but surrounded the stone halls tightly, leaving no room for escape. Considering the Seven Mysteries Gate has been a heritage for over 200 years, its financial resources are not comparable to our gang, which has only risen to prominence in the last decade. It's truly extravagant, Jia Tianlong thought to himself. He had made up his mind that once the Seven Mysteries Gate was destroyed, he would immediately move the headquarters here. Only such a magnificent building could match his status as a local overlord. Jia Tianlong looked at the dark entrance of the main hall and then at his subordinates. Finally, he slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, the entire Sunset Peak fell silent, and all eyes were fixed on his palm. Everyone knew that as soon as this hand began to fall, the fierce battle to annihilate the Seven Mysteries Gate's main hall would begin. Hold on a moment. Just then, a cold voice came from the dark entrance of the main hall. Then a rhythmic sound of footsteps, pat-pat, came from inside, becoming clearer and clearer. Finally, a middle-aged man in white appeared at the entrance. He had a wooden hairpin on his head and only carried a white sword scabbard on his body. His face was extremely pale, but his eyes were bright and sharp, piercing like a sword, making people shiver. He stopped a few yards away from the entrance and slowly surveyed the people in front of him. There was no fear on his face. Finally, his gaze fell on Jia Tianlong's raised right hand, and then moved from his palm to his face. Jia Tianlong. The middle-aged man uttered Jia Tianlong's name. Wang Jiuchu, Jia Tianlong replied, showing no weakness. Speaking of which, this is the first time we, as leaders of our respective factions, have met face to face, isn't it, my esteemed Master Wang? Jia Tianlong said in a sarcastic tone, smiling scornfully, and then slowly lowered his raised right hand. Wang Jiuchu stared back at Jia Tianlong, silent and expressionless, the atmosphere seeming to become tense. Wang Master came here alone. Are you planning to surrender? Jia Tianlong asked with a mocking tone and a smile. Indeed, I plan to discuss surrendering with you, replied 7 Mysteries Gate Master Wang Juchu coldly. Are you really planning to surrender? Jia Tianlong felt somewhat surprised. Surrender is surrender, but who surrenders to whom? That's not certain yet. The door master's eyes narrowed slightly, casually resting his hand on the hilt of his sword as he spoke slowly. What do you mean by that? Jia Tianlong's face darkened, and he gestured for his men to surround Wang Jiuchu. Instantly, his iron guards surged forward, surrounding Wang Jiuchu in a semicircular formation, their crossbows with gleaming blue bolts aimed at him. Thinking that his men would unleash a barrage of bolts at Wang Jiuchu upon his command, Jia Tianlong was prepared to do just that. Do you think that after our sect moved its headquarters to the Sunset Peak, we never considered the possibility of external invasion and being unable to resist? The door master showed no sign of concern at the sight of the crossbows, his tone carrying a hint of threat. Hearing this, Jia Tianlong felt a sinking sensation in his heart, a premonition of something ominous. He didn't interrupt, letting the door master continue speaking. The one who moved our sect to this place was the 7th generation door master, Li. Not only was he highly talented, but he was also skilled in the arts of architecture and mechanism. He chose the Sunset Peak as our headquarters for 2 reasons. Firstly, because of its treacherous terrain, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Secondly, because within the belly of the mountain lies a vast natural cavern formed by heaven and earth. This cave is extraordinarily large, occupying 2/3 of the entire Sunset Peak. Seeing this marvel, Li devised a plan. Using his knowledge of architecture and the terrain of the cavern, he turned the entire mountain into a natural pitfall. Now, as long as someone triggers the mechanisms he set up in advance, the entire mountain will collapse, burying everyone on it. After finishing his speech, the door master fell silent, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd in front of him. Jia Tianlong was somewhat stunned after hearing this. While he naturally didn't believe the door master's words, for a moment, he didn't know how to refute the threat. Others on the peak who heard this were also in turmoil, murmuring among themselves. Some of the more astute individuals began inching towards the only path down the mountain, preparing to flee at the first sign of trouble. Silence. Anyone who causes chaos or tries to flee will be killed without mercy. Jia Tianlong quickly regained his composure, realizing that if he didn't stop the panic, the situation would spiral out of control. Without hesitation, he issued a stern order. Jia Tianlong's order was swiftly carried out by his trusted subordinates. After executing several cowardly individuals who attempted to flee, the others were intimidated into silence, and the unrest subsided. However, Jia Tianlong knew that this calm was only superficial and temporary. If he couldn't quickly confirm whether the door master's words were true, both his own men and those from other factions wouldn't stay here peacefully. At the slightest hint of trouble, they would all scatter. You wouldn't expect us to believe your words based solely on what you say, would you? Jia Tianlong suppressed his anger, determined to personally expose the door master's deception. Of course not. I have evidence that you can see for yourselves. But listen carefully. If anyone sees my evidence and plans to flee or continue the attack, I will activate all the mechanisms and we will all perish together. Wang Jiuchu's words were full of killing intent, unmistakably threatening. Observing the door master's expression closely, Jia Tianlong tried to find any flaws or signs of guilt. Unfortunately, the man remained as cold as ice, showing no trace of vulnerability. This made him murmur in his heart as well. Could it be that the door master's words were not mere deceit, but that there really was such a formidable trap? Activate mechanism number 2. Wang Jiuchu suddenly turned his head towards the main hall and loudly commanded. Then he turned his head to one side, staring at a smaller stone hall, ignoring Jia Tianlong. Seeing the door master's strange behavior, the people from the wolf gang also paid attention, gathering their gaze in that direction, curious to see what unusual event would occur. As the people of the wolf gang grew increasingly uneasy, 2 individuals dressed in flowing water robes, unnoticed by others, were murmuring quietly on the outskirts of the crowd. Han Li, do you think what our master said is true or false? Could it be that the sunset peak is really hollow? I've been here a few times before. Why have I never sensed anything amiss? Could it be that Master Wang is deceiving them, trying to buy time? Lore. One of the young men, not getting any response from the silent youth beside him, continued to bombard him with questions, seemingly eager to have his doubts resolved. These 2 individuals were none other than Han Li and Li Feiyu, who had originally set out to find Elder Li. In the beginning, to prevent the disciples of the Broken Water sect from escaping and alerting other enemies, Han Li had to personally take action. He effortlessly killed all the enemies using the mystic fog step and wind riding technique in just a short moment. This astonished Li Feiyu, who had initially wanted to continue fighting. It was then that he realized Han Li's true strength. Awakening from his shock, Li Feiyu believed that Han Li's remarkable skill was all due to his cultivation of the blinking sword art. This notion drove him almost insane, and he even contemplated giving up his own cultivation to switch to the blinking sword art. However, he was fortunate that his remaining sanity told him that achieving this was impossible in terms of time and talent. On their way thereafter, Li Feiyu constantly expressed his envy towards Han Li, attributing his extraordinary abilities solely to the blinking sword art. Unconcerned with his friend's bitterness, Han Li openly displayed his strength by eliminating any enemies they encountered without restraint. Under Han Li's formidable prowess, the enemies proved no match, unable to even react before meeting their demise. Even several high-ranking experts fell before him. Having easily reached Elder Li's residence and meeting Ma Rong, they learned of Elder Li and Zhang Ziyuer's departure for Sunset Peak. Upon hearing this distressing news, Li Feiyu's face turned pale. Fully aware of the perilous situation at Sunset Peak, Li Feiyu's thoughts were solely occupied with Zhang Ziyuer's safety. disregarding any concerns about sect rules. Thus, when an obnoxious messenger from the Wang clan threatened them with a command to stay, Li Feiyu, consumed by worry for Zhang Ziyuer, swiftly knocked the messenger unconscious, ordering his subordinates to remain and protect the others while he and Han Li slipped away. Arriving near Sunset Peak, they were startled by the sheer number of enemies. Realizing that a direct assault was futile, they devised a cunning plan. Disguised as disciples of the Broken Water sect after incapacitating 2 of them, they blended into the chaotic crowd, easily making their way to Sunset Peak. There, they overheard the conversation between the Wang clan leader and others. As they anxiously discussed their next move amidst the crowd, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Initially mild, the tremors intensified, causing many to lose their footing and fall. Rocks tumbled down the mountainside as panic ensued. Amidst the chaos, someone shouted that the mountain was collapsing, sending everyone into despair. Meanwhile, Jia Tianlong found himself both shocked and angry, realizing the dire situation. Turning to the Golden Light monk for support, he was met with a panicked expression, dispelling any hope of aid from that quarter. With a mocking tone, Wang Jiuchu's voice cut through the turmoil, miraculously bringing the tremors to an abrupt halt. As the commotion settled, they noticed the disappearance of the stone hall, leaving behind a gaping hole. Terrified by the abyss, people hesitated to approach its edge, unable to discern its depth. Jia Tianlong, feeling defeated, reluctantly negotiated with Wang Jiuchu, aware that their plans for total victory were dashed. There aren't many conditions, very simple, just 2, Wang Jiuchu said expressionlessly. The first, your people must withdraw from our sect's influence area, and this withdrawal must be done in stages. Under the supervision of our disciples, his tone was harsh. Okay, no problem, Jia Tianlong agreed without hesitation. Seeing the other party agree so readily, Wang Jiuchu smirked slightly, then stated another condition that surprised Jia Tianlong. The second is, both you and I must engage in a death-pact blood duel here before you can leave. A death-pact duel? Is this for real? Is the other party insane? Wang Jiuchu's words immediately caused a stir among the crowd opposite, with varied expressions on their faces upon hearing this. Some looked shocked as if they had encountered a venomous scorpion, while others were excited, appearing eager to try. Jia Tianlong's expression changed upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure. Did I hear correctly? We have to sign a death pact, and only one side can leave the duel alive. He chuckled, seemingly casual. That's right. This is a blood duel necessary to avenge the blood debt owed by Wu sect master and others. Both you and I must participate, Wang Jiuchu said coldly, gripping the sword hilt and staring at Jia Tianlong. Jia Tianlong smirked, neither affirming nor denying immediately, but instead pondered with flickering eyes. It seemed he didn't dare to take the death-pact blood duel lightly and would give his answer after careful consideration. Seeing nearby people discussing the death pact, Han Li, who was unaware of this, couldn't help but ask Li Feiyu beside him. What is a death pact? It sounds like a serious matter. What? You don't even know about death pacts? That's unbelievable. It's the most famous bloody way for people in the Jianghu to resolve disputes. Li Feiyu's face showed an expression of extreme surprise, as if he had seen a ghost. Nonsense. You always know that I don't know much about these Jianghu matters. What's so surprising about that? Han Li said irritably. No, that's true. I almost forgot about that. Li Feiyu scratched his head apologetically. A death pact refers to both parties with deep-seated hatred signing a contract before a duel, declaring that only one side can leave the arena alive after entering. If anyone leaves the duel prematurely, not only will they be disgraced and spurned, but they will also be subject to pursuit and extermination by the entire Jianghu. Because all people in Jianghu consider a death pact to be a sacred and incomparable duel, those who tarnish this duel should be put to death as a warning. And such duels are usually used in situations involving multiple combatants, so they appear especially bloody and cruel. In recent years, it's rare to hear of anyone using this duel method, Li Feiyu explained slowly and in detail. After listening, Han Li frowned. Understanding the nature of a death pact, he felt somewhat skeptical about the sudden death duel proposed by Wang sect master. In his view, such a duel was clearly a mutually damaging outcome. Why bother? It would be better to let the enemy leave sooner and save oneself from unnecessary troubles. Okay, I agree. Let's proceed with the death pact. Jia Tianlong, after careful consideration, finally made up his mind after glancing at Jin Guangsheng several times. After all, knowing that the other party wanted to kill him with this opportunity, why wouldn't he seize the chance to eliminate the remaining elites of 7 Xuan Gate? Jia Tianlong was well aware of Wang Jiuchu's intentions, relying on the 3 unknown senior brothers to support him. Unfortunately, he had already learned the details through his undercover agent and had taken precautions against it. Now that he had a cultivator proficient in flying sword techniques as his trump card, coupled with his calculated unpredictability, he was more than 90% confident of winning the death pact duel. As long as he could eliminate Wang Jiuchu and the remaining masters of 7 Xuan Gate in the death duel, even if this plan failed, it wouldn't matter. Because as long as they came to attack again next time, the other party would have no resistance at all. After all, the cultivation of experts takes more than just a year or 2 to develop. Therefore, Jia Tianlong, who always believed in careful consideration before action, dared to take this risk and resolutely agreed to sign the death pact. Sect Master Wang, according to the rules of the death pact, since it was proposed by you, and I did not object, then the number of combatants and the method of the duel should be decided by the individuals themselves, right? Jia Tianlong said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. HMPH. Correct, Wang Jiuchu reluctantly agreed. Very well, I request that the number of combatants be 100, with 50 from each side, and we adopt a melee format, Jia Tianlong demanded unreservedly. 50 people. Melee. Wang sect master's face showed a hint of surprise. After all, in ordinary death duels, it's already remarkable to have 2 or 3 dozen participants, and melee formats are rarely used, with one-on-one duels being the most common. However, since he was the one who proposed the death duel, he naturally couldn't back down. Moreover, he had full confidence in his 3 senior brothers, believing that even in a melee, the victor would definitely be on their side. Furthermore, as long as he could kill Jia Tianlong, no matter how much it cost, it would be worth it. Once this cunning wolf gang leader died, his unruly subordinates would immediately become divided, fighting among themselves for the position of leader, leaving 7 Xuan Gate weakened in strength, with some breathing room. Thinking of this, Wang sect master nodded and agreed to the request. Someone mark out the death duel arena, prepare the death pact documents. Wang Jiuchu ordered loudly to his subordinates. With his command, more than 30 disciples in brocade rushed out of the main hall. These people all remained silent, quietly setting up the death match arena in the open space in front of the hall with wooden stakes and ropes. Judging from their skilled movements, these were not ordinary low-level disciples of the 7 Profound sect. Watching the dueling arena being delineated, Li Feiyu couldn't help but feel uneasy and asked Han Li, "Are we just going to hide here and watch them fight without doing anything? It doesn't seem right." "What's wrong with that? Your little sweetheart is not in any danger now. She's safe. After the duel between them is over, we'll take advantage of the chaos when the wild wolf gang retreats and secretly take Zhang away. Then you two can flee and find a place where they can't find you, so you won't be made a scapegoat by those above and forced to bear a burden you can't handle," Hanley said indifferently, showing that he didn't have much attachment to the 7 Profound sect. "Isn't that eloping?" "No, Sleeve won't agree." Li Feiyu shook his head vigorously. "Then knock her out, forcibly take her away, and then it'll all be settled," Han Li replied casually. Li Feiyu was rendered speechless by Han Li's words, glaring at him angrily. Just as the two were entangled in their disagreement, the sect master Wang solemnly received 2 blood-red documents from a disciple, which were the life and death contracts. He kept one for himself and had the other one handed to Jia Tianlong across from him. When Jia Tianlong received the document, his expression also became solemn. He carefully opened the document, browsed through it cautiously to ensure there were no issues, then nodded and closed it before proceeding to select the warriors for battle. After some selection, he picked 13 elite warriors from the Wild Wolf gang. To minimize losses, he also selected a dozen or so capable members from smaller gangs. Regardless of whether these people were willing to contribute, as long as they signed the life and death contract, they would fight for their lives. As for the remaining candidates, they would be composed entirely of his well-coordinated iron guards. Of course, Jingguang would definitely join the fray. He was counting on his powerful sword techniques to dominate. While Jia Tianlong was busy, Wang Jiuchu on the opposite side had returned to the stone hall at some point and had yet to emerge, presumably also racking his brains over the selection of combatants. When the death match arena was finally completed, Sect Master Wang led 300 to 400 people out of the hall. Among them were both young and old, men and women, but each one had a determined look in their eyes and steady strides. They were obviously the elite of the 7 profound sect. Among them, the 3 individuals closely following Wang Jiuchu caught Jia Tianlong's attention the most. These 3 individuals, a scholar in flowing robes exuding scholarly aura, a burly man with a fierce look and a face full of stubble, and a person in gray clothes carrying a long sword with a cold expression. All looked like middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one would sense a profound sense of vicissitudes in their brows and eyes, making them seem much older than they appeared. Jia Tianlong understood that these 3 individuals must be Wang Jiuchu's 3 senior martial brothers, indicating that the other party was truly willing to risk everything to keep him here. Thinking of this, he turned to the dwarf Jingguang beside him and pointed at the 3 individuals, asking, "Master, what do you think of those 3? Can you handle them?" "They are just a few ordinary mortals. Once my flying sword is out, their lives will be over. What's there to worry about? Don't you trust me?" Jingguang glared, displeased and somewhat hostile in tone. No, I was just asking casually, Master. Please don't take it to heart." Jia Tianlong hastily accompanied with a smile, afraid of offending his current biggest reliance. HMPH. The dwarf's anger gradually subsided after hearing this. Jia Tianlong breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that this great immortal was really not easy to serve. He smiled bitterly inwardly and quickly turned around, shouting loudly, "Are you ready? Start signing the life and death contracts." With this reprimand, the members of the Wild Wolf gang participating in the death match began to solemnly write down their names and sign the contracts on the life and death document, expressing their determination. At the same time, Wang Jiuchu, unwilling to be outdone, coldly declared, "Sign the life and death contracts." Immediately, dozens of pre-selected elite warriors from the 7 profound sect walked out of the crowd, also ready to sign the contracts on the document. As these people stepped forward, Han Li naturally cast his gaze in their direction, hopping to see if there were any acquaintances among them. He also saw Wang Jiuchu's 3 senior martial brothers, but he didn't pay much attention to them. After a cursory glance, his gaze fell on an elderly man in a blue shirt. As soon as he saw the face of this elderly man, Han Li couldn't help but exclaim, "Elder Li." This person turned out to be Elder Li, whose life Han Li had saved, the master of Ma Rong. Unexpectedly, he was also one of the participants in the death match, which was quite unexpected. After Han Li came back to his senses, he quickly turned his head and slapped Li Feiyu's shoulder hard, saying, "Did you see that? Elder Li is also there. He's going to sign the life and death contract, too." Li Feiyu stood motionless with no expression, staring into the distance as if he hadn't heard anything, looking extremely numb. What's going on? Han Li was somewhat surprised. Even if Elder Li wants to sign the life and death contract, there's no need to react like this, right? He asked strangely. After hearing this, Li Feiyu finally withdrew his gaze, staring blankly at Han Li, and uttered a sentence that made Han Li lose his senses for a moment. Sleeve, she's also there. She's also going to participate in the life and death contract duel. After saying this, Li Feiyu's face immediately turned extremely ugly. Where is she? Han Li, awakening from his stupor, hastily inquired. There, following Li Feiyu's gaze, Han Li finally spotted the pale-faced Zhang Zier in the corner of the crowd. At this moment, she stood with two other women participating in the deadly battle. She wore a white silk dress, her lips slightly pursed, looking delicate and pitiful like a white flower. How could someone as delicate as Miss Zhang participate in such a bloody battle? Is King Wang out of his mind? Han Li couldn't believe his eyes, expressing his disbelief. Zier is also a core disciple of the 7 Absolute Hall. Didn't I tell you? Li Feiyu chuckled bitterly, revealing surprising news to Han Li. Han Li fell silent. Obviously, there weren't many remaining experts from the 7 Mysteries sect in this place, and their leader, Wang Menju, showed no mercy. To ensure victory in the deadly battle, he even dispatched Zhang Zier, a delicate woman, indicating they were going all out. Brother, I won't beat around the bush. I want to be with Zier. You take care of yourself. Li Feiyu embraced Han Li's shoulder and said softly, then turned and walked towards the crowd. Before he could take 2 steps, a soft sigh came from behind him. Then, with a slight breeze, another figure appeared beside him, and it was Han Li. What's the big deal? It's just a deadly battle, I can handle it. We're friends after all, and I'll help you with this small favor. Han Li smiled. After hearing this, Li Feiyu didn't say a word. He simply pounded Han Li's chest and whispered, "Good brother." Han Li smiled without saying a word. As he said himself, the reason he followed was because of his deep bond with Li Feiyu, and because he believed the so-called experts from the Wild Wolf gang wouldn't pose much of a threat to him, considering his mastery of fireball techniques and wind control techniques. Besides, he was eager to test his current strength. The two strode out of the crowd and walked directly towards Wang Jiuchu. Along the way, they tore off their broken water sect attire, revealing the clothing of the 7 Mysteries sect underneath. Their sudden appearance and change of identity shocked both sides, leaving them dumbfounded for a moment. No one stopped their actions, allowing them to easily approach Wang Jiuchu. Vice Master Li Feiyu. Dr. Han. At this moment, many disciples from the 7 Mysteries sect recognized the 2 famous figures and called out in astonishment. Zhang Zier was overjoyed to see Li Feiyu. Her delicate face was full of surprise and joy. If there weren't so many people present, she would probably have rushed into her sweetheart's arms to pour out her heart. Wang Menju naturally recognized the 2 men. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes at their sudden appearance. "Vice Master Li Feiyu, since you have joined the battle, I believe our sect has gained an advantage. But Dr. Han should not participate. After all, his medical skills are very useful to our sect. If he has an accident in the deadly battle, it would be a great loss." Hearing Wang Menju's words, Han Li smiled faintly. Without waiting for Li Feiyu to explain, he swayed his body and disappeared from under Wang Menju's nose, completely unnoticed. Wang Menju was taken aback and was about to search around when he heard Han Li's lazy voice from behind. "I wonder if my skills are up to your standards, Master. Even if I participate in the deadly battle, I still have the ability to protect myself. Please grant me this favor due to my loyalty to the sect." Wang Menju's heart was filled with shock. He never expected Han Li, known for his medical skills within the sect, to have such terrifying body techniques. He had been invaded from behind without noticing any movement. What a terrifying skill. Who exactly is this person? What is his intention for hiding within our sect? A series of frightening thoughts surged in Wang Jiuchu's mind. He turned around and glanced at his 3 senior brothers, their expressions changing slightly, their eyes revealing a hint of fear. Apparently, Han Li's skill made them also wary. After a series of different thoughts circulated in Wang Menju's mind, he finally made up his mind. He suddenly burst into laughter and then said warmly, "Since Dr. Han has shown such loyalty to our sect, how can I refuse?" He then pointed his finger, indicating that the 2 weakest members of the team participating in the deadly battle should step aside. He allowed Han Li and Li Feiyu to join, and they were the first to sign the death contract in black ink on the blood-red contract, becoming the first members to participate in the deadly battle. On this side of the 7 Mysteries sect, the whole farce was naturally seen clearly by Jia Tianlong. Although he was somewhat surprised that 2 more experts had joined the other side, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he believed that mortal flesh and blood were no match for the flying sword technique of the Golden Light Master. Therefore, after both sides had signed the death contract and exchanged the death contracts, the battle, in which only one side could walk out alive, finally began. Jin Guangsheng stood in the middle of the arena with a proud expression, with the members of the Wild Wolf gang behind him. Before stepping onto the stage, he had already assured Jia Tianlong that he alone could deal with all the participants from the 7 profound sects in the duel. Of course, as the one orchestrating the entire situation, his reward had increased from the initially promised 5,000 taels of gold to 8,000. The thought of receiving so much gold afterward ignited a fiery passion within Jin Guangsheng. He looked disdainfully at the crowd opposite him, eager to eliminate them all. Han Li wasn't with Li Feiyu, but stood on the other side of the crowd. Li Feiyu and Zhang Ziyuer were together, whispering intimate words to each other. Han Li naturally wouldn't be so tactless as to disturb their private moment. I really wonder what these lovebirds are thinking. How can they still talk about love in such a life-and-death situation? Han Li muttered with a hint of bitterness in his mouth. After coming back to his senses, Han Li, like everyone else, looked strangely at the dwarf across from them. The people from the Wild Wolf gang are all hiding behind, yet they let such a vulgar dwarf take the lead. Isn't that incredible? Could this dwarf possess some extraordinary technique? Han Li blinked, thinking to himself. It seemed that Wang, the sect master, shared Han Li's thoughts. Instead of letting everyone rush forward, he sent a knife-wielding guardian to confront the dwarf. It seemed he wanted to first ascertain the dwarf's capabilities before making further plans, to avoid unexpected casualties. Although it was a melee duel, if both sides only sent one person to fight, forming a one-on-one battle was reasonable. This was what sect master Wang thought, and it was what he did. Jin Guangsheng saw only one person from the opposing crowd approaching him, and he understood the other party's intentions to some extent. With a weird laugh, Jin Guangsheng emitted a hoarse sound that made everyone feel uncomfortable. The guardian sent out was a burly man in his 30s, with a fierce expression on his face. The veins on the hand gripping the knife protruded high, indicating he was skilled in close combat. Despite hearing the strange laughter, the guardian remained calm, showing that he had rich experience in combat. As the burly man approached him, Jin Guangsheng stopped his strange laughter. He calmly took out a yellow talisman from his pocket. The talisman was shining with golden characters and patterns, clearly indicating its value. The dwarf ignored the approaching burly man, holding the talisman in one hand and starting to chant a spell. Although the guardian from the 7 profound sects didn't know what the other party was up to, his extensive combat experience told him it was better not to let the other party complete whatever they were doing. So, without hesitation, he leaped forward, closing the distance between them in a few strides. He swung his steel knife with great force, aiming for a heavy blow. Just as the blade was about to strike Jin Guangsheng, the spell was completed. He suddenly slapped the talisman onto his body, and instantly, a dazzling golden light burst forth from where he struck. The blinding golden light made it impossible for the burly man to see clearly, but he didn't panic. He still swung his knife fiercely. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the arena. The burly man felt a burning sensation in his hand, and his weapon almost slipped from his grip. He was surprised. Although he still couldn't see clearly, he knew something was wrong. He swiftly retreated several feet, finally stopping and assuming a defensive stance with his knife. At this moment, he heard many people inside and outside the arena gasp in astonishment. Hearing this, the burly man felt even more anxious. He was eager to know what had happened to the other party and why things had become so strange. Fortunately, his vision finally returned to normal, and he quickly looked over. A few yards away from him, the dwarf stood motionless, but a layer of golden light enveloped his entire body. This golden light acted like a thick armor, protecting the dwarf from harm. It seemed that the earlier strike only hit the golden shield and didn't actually injure the dwarf. This golden light was so sturdy that it seemed as solid as steel, rendering the knife strike ineffective. Although the guardian had seen a lot, he was still stunned by this unprecedented phenomenon. He gripped his steel knife, feeling bewildered, unsure whether to advance or retreat. It wasn't just the guardian who was shocked. Everyone on Sunset Peak was dumbfounded. It should be noted that rumors about cultivators were extremely rare in the martial world. Especially in such a remote place, few people knew anything about them. Therefore, most people felt extremely mysterious about such magical phenomena, with a sense of profound and inscrutable mystery. While Jia Tianlong was secretly pleased, and the 7 profound sects were in a state of confusion, Han Li, who stood behind the crowd, was more surprised than anyone else. Han Li was perhaps the only person on the entire mountain peak, aside from the dwarf, who had some understanding of spells. It was clear that the dwarf was using some kind of charm similar to the mind-locking talisman, but it seemed to be even more advanced. Taking advantage of others' inattention, Han Li silently recited the mouth incantation for the heavenly eye technique, secretly enhancing his own vision with the technique, and then quickly looked towards the dwarf. Underneath the golden light, Han Li saw some faint white light drifting around the dwarf's body. Compared to the golden light, this white light was extremely faint. If one didn't deliberately look for it, they might not notice it for a while. This dwarf turned out to be a cultivator with much lower cultivation than Han Li. This discovery left Han Li both delighted and worried. He was delighted because despite being a beginner, his cultivation was deeper than that of the dwarf, indicating that the dwarf was also a half-hearted cultivator. But he was worried because he didn't know how many spells the dwarf knew or how powerful they were, and he didn't know if he could handle them.